LoveLore Library. She looked at Qin Feng like she wanted to hack him into 10,000 pieces. Qin Feng, don't think that because you're part of the Qin family you can get fresh with everything related to the company. I'll have you know that if you dare to do frivolous things like you just did, I don't care who you are, I'll kick you. After saying these harsh words, Li Yuqin walked aggressively far away in anger. The crisp clacks of her high heels on the ground expressed her current angry mood. Qin Feng was stunned still. He suddenly smiled. Haha, this woman must have some sort of condition like multiple personality disorder. Without Su Ruoro, and with Li Yuqin going crazy as well, Qin Feng was in no mood to eat. He just returned to his work desk and continued playing games. Qin Feng found that he had bad luck with the ladies recently. He and Lin Bei confessed to one another, but Lin Bei was a human vegetable. He found his beloved Bai Qing from 5 years ago, yet she returned to her old home. He thought that with Su Ruoro love would find a way, but even this gal had changed. In the end, he encountered a beautiful superior that was outwardly cold but inwardly passionate, but she had a multiple personality disorder. Qin Feng suddenly felt that his life was difficult and that the heavens were unfair to him. But, after declaring this complaint, he was afraid he would be struck dead by lightning, so he quietly rescinded it. Some people like having someone to worry about them. Qin Feng was now extremely anxious, but group leader Wang had an expression of someone flushed with success. He smiled so much that the pockmarks on his face were about to bloom. Ha, Manager Han, I saw that there was no one here, so you wouldn't mind me sitting here, right? Wang Chao was eating in the cafeteria and purposely waited until Han Ying arrived before getting his food. After getting his food, Wang Chao arrived beside Han Ying like he was about to ask for her opinion. He already shamelessly sat down. Han Ying's name was spread all over Royal Group. She was beautiful and elegant, and arrived as Chairman Qin's secretary. She was swift and decisive, and always put people at a distance, especially the male employees. As a little group leader in the sales department, Wang Chao didn't have the guts to peer at Han Ying's beauty. But this afternoon, Wang Chao sat over fearlessly. He didn't eat the wrong medicine, he was made restless by Qin Feng's previous words and wanted to try for himself. That brat Qin Feng already had a passionate time in Han Ying's office, and I'm over 100 times better than that brat, how wouldn't I gain Assistant Han's attention? This was what Wang Chao currently thought. Assistant Han, why are you eating so little? After sitting for a bit, Wang Chao was moved to see that Han Ying didn't shoo him away. He took the initiative to ask, I know you beauties like to eat less to preserve your figures, but this is bad for your body. Assistant Han, I happen to know a friend that has a gym. How about I help you start a membership card with them after work today? Han Ying lowered her head and ate her food. The whole time, she didn't look directly at Wang Chao. She was a bit puzzled internally. Had this Wang Chao gotten his head squeezed by a car door in the morning traffic? Why did he take the initiative to run to her and look for unhappiness? No need, Han Ying said coldly. Since she was at Uncle Qin's company to learn about management, she also had to learn how to manage relationships between superiors and lower-leveled employees. Oh, Assistant Han, you don't have to be polite with me, we're co-workers. You don't have to reject something so small. Wang Chao almost shouted with joy when Han Ying spoke to him. One of his hands secretly extended into his pants pocket and grabbed the condom he prepared. He hesitated and wondered whether or not he wanted to take it out and toss it at Assistant Han. Chapter 185. Chapter 185, Seaweed Egg Drop Soup. I have my own gym membership, but thanks for your kind intentions, Group Leader Wang, Han Ying replied emotionlessly. Assistant Han, it's really a treat for the eyes of us men that a beautiful woman like you with such a beautiful body works hard to exercise and nurture your body. He ate so closely across from this beauty that he could smell her fragrance that wafted towards him. Wang Chao's heartbeat rapidly increased. He felt that his opportunity was slowly ripening. He felt that Assistant Han was really that kind of woman that was cold on the outside but wild on the inside, and he tested Han Ying step by step. Han Ying said nothing because she wanted Wang Chao to leave. Assistant Han, forgive me for being nosy, but with such a great body, when you're at home at night, do you wear very little clothes and admire yourself in the mirror? Wang Chao said with a laugh. Han Ying breathed deeply and sat motionlessly in her seat. She was afraid that if she moved, she wouldn't be able to stop beating him up. When Wang Chao noticed that Assistant Han did not respond after he asked that kind of question, he peeked at her and noticed that her face was flushed a bit red. Oh my, Assistant Han was shy. Wang Chao was extremely excited, his words and their implications already made everything evident. Not only did Han Ying not explode, she shyly lowered her head and said nothing. If this wasn't silent admittance, what was it? If he didn't make a move now, then when would he wait until? Wang Chao felt that he was on the brink of obtaining Han Ying. He immediately revealed a fawning smile and continued, Assistant Han, in the deep of the night, when you look at your alluring figure in the mirror, do you have an intense thought and wish there was a man to appreciate it with you and soothe your lonely heart? This was a deep and luxurious speech because Wang Chao practiced it in the mirror at home over 100 times. In order to win over Han Ying, in order to spend a spring night with this exquisite item, he spent a lot of effort. Bang! After saying these passionate code words, Wang Chao clenched his teeth and tossed the condom in his pocket onto the table. He looked at her adoringly and said, Assistant Han, those men are closer than you'd expect. Would Assistant Han be willing to raise your head and admire the bright moon and lower your head to make love? Ha! Han Ying laughed. Wang Chao angered her to death. She didn't know if Wang Chao lost his marbles today or if water got into his brain. She saw herself as someone extremely intelligent, but her brain didn't currently have the capacity to determine the cause of this situation. Group leader Wang, do you want to know the answer? Han Ying suddenly looked at Wang Chao with a lovely smile. Wang Chao's little heart jumped to his throat. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his brain was like a chick pecking at rice. Come here and I'll whisper it to you. Han Ying beckoned at him with her index finger. Wang Chao felt as though his soul was getting hooked away. He instinctively extended his neck and moved as close as possible to Han Ying's face. He thought to himself, could it be that Assistant Han couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to French kiss with me? Wang Chao felt unprepared and smiled bashfully. Crash! Suddenly a still hot bowl of seaweed egg drop soup including its metal bowl knocked into Wang Chao's head. He was still imagining whether Han Ying's fragrant tongue was sweet and whether or not it would have a milky fragrance when he felt a wave of heat splash onto his head. It hurt so much that he jumped up. Fuck, what the hell? It's burning me to death. Group leader Wang, quickly get that metal bowl off your head. The ass-kisser Xiao Zhang was in the crowd, and he quickly gave Wang Chao a reminder. Only then did Wang Chao realize that Assistant Han tossed a soup bowl on his head. He quickly knocked the bowl off his head and found that this caused a larger amount of laughter to erupt. This was a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, so after the metal bowl was removed, Wang Chao's head dangled with slivers of seaweed and egg, and soup dripped off his head as well. The image was too grotesque, it looked like someone vomited on his head. All of those that saw this scene lost their appetite. Pervert. A mere bowl of seaweed egg drop soup was clearly inadequate in quelling Han Ying's anger. She also flung her half-eaten bowl of rice onto Wang Chao's face in front of everyone. Then, she confidently stomped out of the employee cafeteria in her red high heels. Once Han Ying left, the cafeteria immediately erupted. A lot of employees didn't dare gossip while she was sitting there earlier, but now they all deliberated and guessed at what Wang Chao did to Han Ying to have been treated in this dehumanized way. Wang Chao's entire white shirt was filled with oil stains, and there were slivers of egg and seaweed on his head, plastering the bits of hair he had onto his head. He looked very sloppy, and a couple of flies were already circling his head. He was confused for a long while before he regained his senses. Once he did, his first course of action was to immediately put the condom away. He was completely splashed awake by the seaweed egg drop soup. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Qin Feng, you dared to mess with your elder. You will not fucking die peacefully." The matter regarding Wang Chao getting splashed spread through Royal Group the entire afternoon. His fame instantly swelled, and caught up to Qin Feng's. He was about to become more famous than Qin Feng. Everyone had only heard of getting covered with a bowl of shit on the head, and it was their first time seeing someone get covered with seaweed egg drop soup and a metal bowl. Thus, they gave Wang Chao a new name, Seaweed Egg Bowl Man. Qin Feng slept until the end of the workday, and when he woke up, he heard everyone talking about this news. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked up. He knew Wang Chao would look for Han Ying, and he didn't think Han Ying's temper was actually so explosive. It seems that he was pretty lucky Han Ying didn't viciously beat him up the last time he brought the condom to her office. After work, Su Ruoro squeezed onto the bus to go home. During dinner, Su Ruoro didn't speak. She lowered her head and ate. Han Ying must have still been angry about the Wang Chao incident, and her expression was dark. This meal was spiritless. After Qin Feng was done eating, he ran back to his own room. He had just laid on his bed after showering when his cell phone rang. He opened it to see a QQ notification from Li Yuqin. "Young Master Qin, are you asleep?" Qin Feng thought about how he had just briefly touched Li Yuqin's behind at work and she got so fired up, while at night, she took the initiative to chat him up. Qin Feng really didn't understand what this woman was thinking. "Is something the matter?" Qin Feng replied with some anger. "Nothing really, I'm just too bored on my own at night so I wanted to chat with you, young Master Qin." "What is there to talk about?" "Your attitude today was extremely disappointing," Qin Feng said indignantly. When Li Yuqin received Qin Feng's message, she was stunned for a long moment before she understood. She got young Master Qin's QQ through Su Ruoro, and also learned from Su Ruoro that Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were Qin household members. She knew she hadn't really done anything to offend young Master Qin, so young Master Qin could only suddenly get mad because Qin Feng must have told him about when he touched her behind today. Once Li Yuqin thought about that perverted Qin Feng, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. And this brat even ran to tell young Master Qin about it. However, she couldn't understand something. Did young Master Qin not mind that Qin Feng touched her ass? "Young Master Qin, don't you think what he did was unacceptable?" Li Yuqin replied with a bit of anger. After seeing Li Yuqin's message, he felt that her wording was faulty. However, Qin Feng didn't care. He said earnestly, "How is that considered unacceptable? Didn't you say you always admired me and wanted to cut in line? Then you should support these actions and even take the initiative to cooperate with them. How could you say that this behavior is unacceptable? You really disappoint me." After seeing young Master Qin's message, Li Yuqin felt that her brain had run out of space. She couldn't guess what young Master Qin was thinking, that he'd let someone else play with her. And he even encouraged her to take the initiative to seduce and play along with Qin Feng. She suddenly felt that young Master Qin was a bit abnormal, and a terrifying idea popped into her head. Young Master Qin was so dissolute and hedonistic, so he clearly wasn't lacking in women. Could it be that he had long gotten tired of playing one-on-one and wanted to have a threesome? Or did he want to play with her with another man? After thinking about it, Li Yuqin trembled. She currently could not accept such a disgusting thing. Originally for her mother's sake, she put down her self-respect to seduce young Master Qin, but this was already Li Yuchen's limit. She couldn't accept having a complicated relationship with two men. Young Master Qin, I don't know about that. A while later, Li Yuchen responded carefully. What's wrong with that? You said yourself that you wanted to cut in line, and now that I've provided you the opportunity, you're using all sorts of excuses. Qin Feng was now certain that Li Yuchen must be so stressed out at work that she contracted a serious multiple personality disorder. Not only did she have completely different personalities during the day and night, her personality at night was also split even further into different categories. At one moment she took the initiative to seduce him, and at another, she said this wasn't good. As a person, one should emphasize honesty. You can't keep going back on your word, said Qin Feng. During the same time Qin Feng thought Li Yuchen had multiple personality disorder, Li Yuchen also thought young Master Qin had a couple of screws loose, and it wasn't a light case either. If her mother didn't keep forcing her to marry into a rich family, Li Yuchen would hide as far away as possible from this kind of insane and hedonistic young master. She hesitated for a long time before responding, Young Master Qin, let me think about it. After all, this type of behavior is past the limit of my moral baseline. After seeing Li Yuchen's message, Qin Feng's mouth tweed. It was just a pinch on the butt. Is it really that big of a deal? Last night, who was the one that sent seductive photos? Qin Feng directly turned off his phone and laid lethargically on his bed. After experiencing Su Ruoro's distance and Li Yuchen's three personalities, Qin Feng suddenly wondered if the world was ending. Chapter 186. Chapter 186, A Famous Celebrity. In the dead of the night, there was a dim yellow light shining out of a window on the third floor of the villa. Two beauties lay on a large red spring mattress double bed. The two of them wore thin silk custom-made nightdresses. The nightgowns were handmade, and were even more delicate and of a higher quality than a good number of people's formal clothes. One gown was dark blue with various flowers embroidered onto it. The other was a light purple with some ancient auspicious items on it. It was extremely fitting and beautiful for these two long-legged beauties to wear these exquisitely made nightgowns. Their exposed fair and tender skin seemed as soft and smooth as a newborn's. Just by looking at it, one could smell a milky fragrance. Older sister Qing Shui, your nightgown is so pretty, I really like it. The exquisite flower designs were all embroidered with gold thread, the embroidery is fine, and the material is light and soft. I've never worn something so fitted and comfortable, it's like I'm not wearing anything at all. The beauty wearing dark blue laughed, and her vibrant eyes became crescent moons. Who knew how many fans she mesmerized to death with this smile alone? Dongfang Qing Shui, who wore the light purple nightgown, had a calm expression. She looked at Rao Sherman and said, Younger sister Sherman, if you like it, then this nightgown is yours. A smile immediately blossomed on Ran Sherman's face. She hugged Dongfang Qing Shui's arm and smiled, Older sister Qing Shui, you're the best. Dongfang Qing Shui smiled slightly before her expression fell again. Her shapely eyebrows furrowed a bit like she was thinking about something that was bothering her. The girl currently hugging Dongfang Qing Shui's arm had a bit of a background as well. She was this year's top celebrity that was extremely popular both in China and abroad, Rao Sherman. Every one of her movies did extremely well at box offices, and she was a new actress that famous directors fought over. Though she was a new actress that had only debuted for a year, her fame had long surpassed many veterans in the industry. Not only did she know how to act and sing, her singing was as vibrant and clear as she was. She debuted with a pure image and was only 20 years old, so she brimmed with youthfulness. Ever since her debut, there were no scandals, and she was a pure beauty that could do no wrong in the fans' hearts. Older sister Qing Shui, it seems like there's something on your mind. Rao Sherman blinked mischievously. She could tell that Dongfang Qing Shui was a little off today. just a small nuisance. That's right, you're going to Acropolis City in a couple of days. Dongfang Qingxue asked while touching Rao Shiman's long and beautiful hair. Originally, she didn't even know China had an Acropolis City. She lived in the provincial capital and was the Dongfang family's sole descendant, so she didn't care about any other city below the capital. After all, those little cities weren't worth mentioning in her eyes. However, Dongfang Qingxue recently paid a lot of attention to Acropolis. There was only one reason for that: her fiancé was in this city. Older sister Qingxue, you know about Acropolis City? Rao Shiman had a shocked expression. She was really casual and relaxed in Dongfang Qingxue's room. If her fans saw this girl next door image of her, they would be so excited they wouldn't be able to sleep for several days. The paper-making business would also wildly prosper. Dongfang Qingxue nodded. Her grandfather and Rao Shiman's grandfather were longtime family friends, so the two were like real sisters. Dongfang Qingxue had nothing to hide in front of Rao Shiman. She suddenly turned towards Rao Shiman and spoke earnestly. Shiman, older sister Qingxue wants to ask for your help. Rao Shiman immediately jumped up. She raised her little hand and said, "Older sister Qingxue, whatever it is, tell me. Younger sister Shiman will certainly do everything she can to help you. It's like this." Dongfang Qingxue proceeded to tell Rao Shiman about the Qin Feng situation. Her grandfather Dongfang Mingwang set the wedding, and she was especially called back from America because of it. During this time in the capital, Dongfang Qingxue researched information about Qin Feng and extremely hated this rich, dissolute, and hedonistic young master. She suggested many times to her grandfather to cancel this wedding, but no matter what she said, Dongfang Mingwang wouldn't budge. When Dongfang Qingxue heard that Rao Shiman was going to Acropolis City for the opening ceremony of an estate, and that she was staying there for a couple of days, Dongfang Qingxue thought of a plan that could help successfully rid herself of this wedding. Wow! Older sister Qingxue, you're someone's fiancé. After hearing Dongfang Qingxue's story, Rao Shiman gaped and said with exaggeration, if those rich young masters of the provincial capital heard this, they would jump off buildings. And those four hands of the provincial capital, if they knew about this, they would join hands and annihilate Acropolis City's Qin family. The four hands of the provincial capital that Rao Shiman mentioned were the four hedonistic young masters of the most prominent families in the capital. All of them had powerful backgrounds and power that could cover the sky. Each of them represented a hand, and with the four hands joined together, they could pretty much hold up the entire sky above the provincial capital. Even more people called them the four beasts of the provincial capital because they always did things that not even beasts would do. Younger sister Shiman, that Qin Feng is also a hedonistic young master. You know that I hate those people that rely on their family's power. How could I marry him? Dongfang looked earnestly at Rao Shiman and said, that's why I want to ask you to help me do something this time to cancel the wedding. Rao Shiman and Dongfang Qingxue were really close. When Rao Shiman saw that her older sister was troubled, she immediately expressed her support. Older sister Qingxue, tell me, what should I do? Little sister Shiman, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you this time. Dongfang Qingxue looked at Rao Shiman with a bit of regret and said, after going to Acropolis City, find Qin Feng and seduce him. Then, record him trying to violate you. Your older sister will then take the footage and show Grandpa. Grandpa would definitely fly into a rage. At that time, I won't need to open my mouth, and he'll take the initiative to cancel the wedding. Rao Shiman was quiet. This matter really was difficult for her. She was a famous celebrity that had a pure image. How could she take the initiative to seduce a hedonistic young master? If the paparazzi captured this, the results would be unthinkable. And maybe before getting some useful footage, she'd be violated by that horrible Qin Feng. That would be even worse. After Dongfang Qingxue was done speaking, she shook her head and hugged Rao Sherman lightly. She said gently, No, younger sister Sherman, pretend your older sister didn't say anything. How could I let you do something like that? I've just been too annoyed by this wedding that I lost my senses. Rao Sherman said nothing. She could feel the concern and love Dongfang Qingxue felt towards her. When she had just debuted, a lot of older princes in the provincial capital wanted to spend lots of money to buy her first night. When Dongfang Qingxue found out about this, she used the Dongfang family's power to eradicate these men's families. There was a pretty large effect to this situation, and in the end, everyone in the capital knew Rao Sherman was protected by the Dongfang family, so no one dared to have any crooked thoughts about her again. She always treated Dongfang Qingxue like her real older sister. She knew that her older sister had extremely high standards, and marrying her to an idle hedonistic young master was the equivalent of killing her. Rao Sherman said nothing, but this didn't mean she didn't have her own thoughts. She already decided that she'd meet that hedonistic young master when she went to Acropolis and find a way to get some footage that benefited older sister Qingxue to get rid of her marriage problem. Chapter 187. Chapter 187, Let's all give a warm welcome. Qin Feng had a bad couple of days, and he was extremely bored at work. Su Ruoro was independent as ever and kept at a cold distance from Qin Feng. Li Yuqin said she had to think about it, and 3 days had passed, yet there was no answer. Now, once she saw Qin Feng in the company, she acted like a mouse who saw a cat. If she could hide, she did. Qin Feng felt really depressed. He hadn't done anything, so how did things come to this? After getting off work, he rode his low-key 28 bicycle alone and prepared to rush back to the Qin Manor when his cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the unfamiliar number on the screen, Qin Feng answered it coldly. Who is it? You're Qin Feng, right? An uncertain voice passed through the phone. In an instant, Qin Feng's expression changed completely and became energetic. After all, it was an extremely pleasant female voice. From young Master Qin's years of experience picking up girls, he could tell from this pleasant voice alone that the person on the other line was a beautiful woman. I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you still remember me? I'm Lu Wenjing. After confirming his identity, the voice became happy. Qin Feng thought the beauty's voice sounded kind of familiar. Now that he knew it was Lu Wenjing, her sunny and pretty face floated into Qin Feng's head. So it's Jing Jing. I kept thinking about you these past couple of days. Qin Feng hadn't even recognized Lu Wenjing's voice earlier, and now he was smiling shamelessly. Darling, if you're thinking of me, then come look for me. Lu Wenjing's voice suddenly became tender and coquettish. I'm waiting for you at the Rujia Hotel on the pedestrian walkway. Rujia Hotel. After ending the call, Qin Feng smiled evilly. He was slightly embarrassed that Lu Wenjing was so forward. It was rush hour after everyone got off work. Qin Feng rode his 28 bicycle through the extremely busy streets, yet his speed never decreased. He was like a gust of wind. With a blow, he arrived at the Rujia Hotel across from the Northern District walkway. Qin Feng, here. He had just stopped his bicycle when he heard Lu Wenjing's clear voice. She stood at the entrance of the Rujia Hotel and waved him over. Qin Feng pushed his bicycle to the side and greeted her with a smile. Jing Jing, why are you suddenly in the mood to get a room with me? Once he walked up, Qin Feng held Lu Wenjing's shoulder. Lu Wenjing instinctively moved away, but she quickly calmed down and took the initiative to take Qin Feng's arm. She said a bit shyly, Dearest, let's go up first. I've already gotten a room, and I'm just waiting for you. Okay, let's go up first. Qin Feng was liking Lu Wenjing more and more. He looked at her, then thought of General Manager Li. When could General Manager Li come to the same awareness as Lu Wenjing? If so, she would be promoted to higher management in the company. When he thought of Li Yuqin, Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. He sighed internally. Li Yuqin isn't considering progressing. The two of them were intimate the whole way and arrived at the 11th floor. Under Lu Wenjing's lead, they arrived at room 1102. Lu Wenjing's slender and beautiful hand lightly swiped the room key and the door opened. Qin Feng almost couldn't suppress himself and was about to carry Lu Wenjing onto the bed. He had just squatted down when his whole body froze. He saw a large, scattered group of men sitting on the two beds in the room. All of these men were strange shapes and sizes, with various hair types such as green hair, yellow hair, and afros. They wore tank tops and baggy pants. A conservative guess was that there were over 10 men. They all turned towards the door. Their gazes first fell on Qin Feng and they sized him up with a disdainful and dissatisfied expression. Then, they pinned their gazes onto Lu Wenjing's body in unison, looking as though they wanted to pull out their eyes and stick them on Lu Wenjing's chest. Their gazes glowed green. They were clearly a pack of big perverts. Qin Feng stood and looked at Lu Wenjing with seriousness and anger. What are you doing? You brought me here to play with so many people? Lu Wenjing, I must say, I have limits. Qin Feng stared at Lu Wenjing indignantly. He was so angry that his hair was about to stand on its end. Lu Wenjing knew that Qin Feng misunderstood because she didn't clarify the situation with him. She was just about to explain it all to Qin Feng when he fiercely interrupted her. If we really are going to play, this young master has to go first. Qin Feng added without rejecting. Lu Wenjing's mouth chewed and she had the urge to slap Qin Feng to death. She didn't continue talking nonsense with Qin Feng and pulled him into the room. She smiled at the audience in the room and began the introductions. Brothers, this is Qin Feng, the one I told you all about a couple of days ago. He is extremely skilled, so I believe that adding him to our one group will double our power and raise it up a level. Come, brothers, let's welcome Qin Feng's arrival with a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The audience clapped, but the applause was sparse. These large men leaned on the bed with a careless expression and looked unwelcomingly at Qin Feng. Their collective applause was softer than Lu Wenjing's. Qin Feng was stunned. He wondered if Lu Wenjing pulled him into a cult. He was just about to ask Lu Wenjing about the current situation when her cell phone rang. Hey, yes, older brother Biao. Okay, I'll go get you. I got the room, you can just come up with me. After hanging up, Lu Wenjing looked apologetically at the audience, waved, and ran out of the room. Everyone, wait. Another new member has joined the one group. Lu Wenjing had left for a good while, but Qin Feng hadn't come to his senses. He once again experienced how shitty his romantic luck was. It was fine that he couldn't pick up any beauties, and also fine if no beauties presented themselves at his doorstep, but now he was getting played by the beauty. Qin Feng was really mad. He already pulled out his phone in preparation of calling the cops and looking for Lu Bingbing to arrest these hooligans. Brother, don't stand around like a dummy, sit on this side. He hadn't pressed all the necessary numbers on the phone when a youth with dyed purple hair looked at Qin Feng in contemplation. He stuffed peanuts into his mouth and spoke at the same time. We all have numbers. You're the 15th to join, so you're number 15. Even if you stand there, we still won't let you go first. Qin Feng hesitated before sitting next to the man with the purple afro. He asked a bit suspiciously, what order? Does it mean anything? Purple Afro looked at Qin Feng disdainfully and shook his head with a smile. I say brother, since you're already here, what is there to pretend about? After all, we all came with the same intent, so there's no need to hide it. Just be at ease and wait, the 15th person will be you. Qin Feng still didn't understand. He took the initiative to ask, is this the one group's base? Purple Afro nodded. Are you all members of the one group? Purple Afro nodded again. Is that woman at first one group's boss lady? Does the one group have a large mission tonight? Are we going to annihilate the phone group? Qin Feng asked a string of questions. Purple Afro was too lazy to nod. He looked despicably at Qin Feng and said, I say brother, how long are you going to pretend? It's not a lie that we're one group members, and it's also correct that we invited everyone here tonight because the one group is going to make a big move. However, everyone is using the one group's name, and came because they've taken a liking to that gal Lu Wenjing. Do you think your elders are stupid? There aren't even 20 people in our group and we're going to pick a fight with the phone group. Do you know who the bosses of the phone group are? They're long hair, wolf tattoo, and baldy, priorly vicious members of the Wild Wolf Gang. Though they just built up a new power, the phone group has the ability to easily call up hundreds of people. To fight the phone group, haha, that little girl is dumb. How could us elders be dumb with her? These elders have a goal tonight. When everyone gets here, we're going to close the door and do this girl together according to the order of arrival. Each person only gets one turn, and after finishing, each person will return to their own homes. After saying all this, Purple Afro tossed a peanut into his mouth and glanced despicably at Qin Feng. Then, he stopped caring about Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. If he didn't have Lu Wenjing's quest, he would certainly have left. He looked at the room full of large men, some were smoking and some were picking at their feet. Smoke and stinky foot odor wafted through the room. Everyone's faces were filled with happiness and anxiousness. They looked like they were waiting for everyone to arrive before they carried out their big plans. Older brother Biao is here. At this time, who knew where Lu Wenjing got this stalwart and strong man, but she wasn't hugging him. In reality, of the 15 people present, only Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing and felt the benefits of getting hugged by her all the way up to the room. Everyone welcome our new member older brother Biao. He was a prominent member of the Flying Dragon Gang, and a lot of people in the streets heard of his name. It was said that he single-handedly defeated 10 people and became famous back then. Our one group's abilities have greatly increased to be able to acquire this bold, powerful, and unrivaled person. Let's all give a round of applause. Every person Lu Wenjing brought in was first praised, then everyone welcomed him with applause. The couple of hoodlums that came in the beginning gave Lu Wenjing some face and passionately welcomed the new group members, but now these people saw this scene repeated over 10 times, so they were no longer in the mood to clap. They wanted to immediately pounce at Lu Wenjing and tear off her clothes. Those sitting were all small-scale hooligans of Acropolis, so they had heard all kinds of rumors about prominent people. They could tell right away that this dog fart Abiao and that nonsense about single-handedly defeating 10 people were all lies. After all, when they joined one group, they also made up various lies and bragged to make themselves sound great. But everyone clearly knew the reality. Chapter 188. Chapter 188, Since You Want to Eat Alone. The stalwart Abiao's expression mirrored Qin Feng's. He first froze a bit, then he came back to his senses. Everyone was from the streets, so he could see everyone's intentions at first glance. He shook his head with some embarrassment. If he knew there were so many people in the room, he wouldn't have boasted about himself so dramatically. After this, how could he continue to get along in the streets? Okay, all of the current one group members are here, and including me, there are 16 people in total. Lu Wenjing became serious when she saw the room packed with one group members. Though it doesn't seem like we have many people, our one group is a large group that not just anyone can join. If you want to join, you must undergo a meticulous selection process and various assessments. It's not exaggerating to say you would have to be a true expert to be able to survive all of the difficult tasks. And you all are the elite of the elite, professionals that are 1 in 1,000 that I myself selected with utmost care. Today, 16 of us experts have gathered in one room. Once we set out, we can shake up Acropolis City's underground. If the 16 of us join hands and fight together, Acropolis City's underground power structure would be flipped on its head. The bosses of the Wild Wolf and Flying Dragon gangs would wet their pants in terror. Oh shit! When the 14 big men heard a woman bullshitting in front of them, they all had the urge to jump off a building. They found that they learned nothing on the streets, they couldn't even lie as well as a woman. These people were completely stunned when they heard Lu Wenjing mention overturning the skies and covering the sky with one hand. Tonight, our one group will first let off the bosses of the Wild Wolf and Flying Dragon gangs. Though we already have enough power to topple these two large powers into the fiery seas in one night, as a budding new power, we have to learn how to be low-key. I've decided that we'll be low-key and take the phone group first. We'll CA them unprepared, take their land, drink their fresh blood, and eat their flesh. What do you say, everyone? Do you all have confidence? After the rousing speech ended, these men didn't feel passionate or feel the desire to rush into battle. Instead, they only wanted to grab something to block their ears. They didn't dare continue listening to Lu Wenjing's bullshit for fear that this gal would bullshit her way abroad and lead the one group to conquer the galaxy and then the universe. Cough cough, Qin Feng was the first to come to his senses. After hearing these words, he felt like he had an internal injury and coughed twice. He immediately stood and pulled Lu Wenjing out of the room. Qin Feng, what are you doing? I roused everyone's spirits and I'm going to bring them to chop people, let me get back. Lu Wenjing fought in Qin Feng's embrace. With one breath, Qin Feng lifted this lass onto his shoulder, and allowed her to punch and kick. He carried Lu Wenjing into the public male restroom in the hallway and sat her on the windowsill. Qin Feng, why did you bring me to the men's restroom? Lu Wenjing looked around her and screamed in fright. She used her strength to punch Qin Feng's chest. Let me out, what do you want to do to me? Qin Feng held Lu Wenjing down with one hand and prevented her from leaving. He used his other hand to pull out his cell phone to make a call. The call was quickly answered. Young Master Qin. What is your command? Longhair's reverent voice passed through the phone. What movements have been made lately? Qin Feng got straight to the point. Young Master Qin, last time you said the phone group had to expand its power and take over the entire territory surrounding the pedestrian walkway, so there haven't been any other movements recently, Longhair said while trembling with fear. He couldn't figure out why young Master Qin was suddenly calling. Then has the Wild Wolf Gang made any moves? The Wild Wolf Gang has also been expanding its power. Since us three brothers took their land to build our influence, that brat Wang Chang dispatched a group of people near the pedestrian walkway. These past couple of days, they've been keeping tabs on our phone group, so I'm afraid they want to make a move on us. Longhair was talking about the current boss of the Wild Wolf Gang. How many are in this group of people? Qin Feng's eyes turned, and he had a good idea. Over 100 people. And we've occupied 1/3 of the current Wild Wolf Gang strongholds. It seems that brat Wang Chang is getting anxious after getting beaten and wants to take revenge on us three brothers. This time, I'm afraid there's going to be a nasty battle. Longhair said it like it was. Alright, gather up the entire phone group and await my orders. Tonight we're going to eliminate this power. Qin Feng said all this indifferently and hung up. Lu Wenjing stopped struggling and allowed Qin Feng to hug her small and full waist. She looked happily at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, have you found people to help? They have a lot of people, right? Right? Qin Feng really wanted to say, "You dummy, you're about to be raped by over 10 men and you're still having silly dreams." However, once he thought about his quest regarding Lu Wenjing, Qin Feng smiled slightly and nodded, "Dearest, it's our one group's first time making a move. We must win and cannot lose, so of course I called for some people. I need to ensure your safety." Lu Wenjing was so moved that she danced for joy. Then, she suddenly hugged Qin Feng's neck and kissed his face. After kissing him, she realized what she had done and shyly lowered her head. Bang! At this time, the door to the men's restroom was slammed open and 13 large men flocked in. Their gazes fell on Qin Feng and they glared fiercely at him like they wanted to skin him alive. Your elder fucking knew that you'd be fucking ungenerous and hide here to have a meal by yourself. Brothers, how about we kill this brat together?" That man with the purple afro stood out and glared viciously at Qin Feng. He knew right from the beginning that Qin Feng was no good. Once he got into the room, he played dumb the whole time, and now he even took Lu Wenjing into the men's restroom to play with her on his own. Did fucking loyalty exist anymore? Attack and kill this brat. Stinking brat, you want to cut in line. Your elder is number one tonight, see if I can't kill you. These 13 men didn't know one another, but came together. They all looked fiercely at Qin Feng and walked over to him. When Lu Wenjing saw this, she immediately pushed Qin Feng out of the way and rushed before the audience. "Don't freak out, everyone. Quiet down and listen to my explanation. We are all brothers of the one group. We have a deep friendship, so we share joys and bear sorrows together. We can't fight amongst ourselves. Qin Feng didn't bring me to the bathroom to do what you're thinking of. He had just called his brother, and those brothers are going to help us take care of the phone group, so we should be thanking Qin Feng." After Lu Wenjing's explanation, the audience became even angrier. Forget it if you want to eat on your own, but to bring your brothers to eat together? You're worse than a beast, brat. Purple Afro couldn't take it anymore. He brandished his fists and headed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood where he was perfectly straight and relaxed, and his expression was as calm as water. He waited for his opponent's fist to almost hit the tip of his nose when he suddenly lifted a foot and kicked the man in the stomach. With a bang, Purple Afro flew like he was sitting on a rocket. In the next second, he hit the door to the men's restroom and fell onto the ground again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand. The remaining 12 people who were about to rush forward immediately halted. They looked at one another and didn't even dare fart. These people lived aimlessly in society, and fighting was commonplace to them. Thus, it was precisely because they often fought that they knew how to judge people's fighting skills. Though Qin Feng only kicked once and did a move so simple that he didn't need to use his arms, the brat with the afro couldn't even stand back up. They had just seen a glossé of Qin Feng's abilities, and he clearly possessed the skills of a crazy person that these hooligans could not provoke. I said not to cause any internal strife. Qin Feng has amazing skills, he's truly an expert among experts. Now that he's here tonight, our first war will be loud and clear. Lu Wenjing saw that the atmosphere had become stiff, so she immediately stood out to warm it up. She stood before the audience and shouted with a heroic and lofty wave of her hand, "All right, since all of the one group members have gathered, let's go take care of the phone group right now. I've decided that we will win by a landslide and take the phone group's fate Tian bar. Then, we'll celebrate our victory in the bar and get drunk." No one applauded and no one agreed. After seeing how powerful Qin Feng was, they all planned to run away. They originally wanted to come to the one group to pick up a little girl, but now there was someone that wanted to dominate Lu Wenjing on their own. These other hooligans didn't have the guts to challenge Qin Feng again. "Wenjing, go out first, I have something to say to these brothers." Qin Feng knew what these people intended to do, so he looked coldly at Lu Wenjing. When Lu Wenjing saw Qin Feng's severe gaze, she felt intimidated and was slightly unwilling to comply, but she still obediently walked out of the male restroom. After all, it wasn't somewhere she should be in the first place. He waited for Lu Wenjing to leave and walked in front of the audience. His cold expression suddenly changed and he laughed vulgarly. "Ha, I'm sorry brothers, I have indeed planned to eat on my own. Too bad I came late, so I'm number 15. I can't wait for so long, so I'm preparing to take the first shot. Does anyone have anything to say about it?" Without waiting for the hooligans to respond, Qin Feng continued, "But everyone is just getting along in the streets, and I won't make the situation difficult. Tonight I'll cut in line. Let me go first, and after I'm done, you guys can follow the original order and play with this silly chick and I won't care." Just a second ago, they had fearful expressions like they were facing a large enemy. In the next second, they let out the breath they were holding, and a smile more vulgar than Qin Feng's appeared on their faces. Chapter 189. Chapter 189, Acting Skills Are Necessary to Get Along. "I say, brother, you should have told us about such a big thing earlier. Since you want to take the lead, then you can go first tonight, I'm fine with it." "You go first, you go first. This is a small matter, it's not a big deal." "Alright, then you go first." However, the rest of us agreed that we're going by the original order, and no one can cut. "Okay, then it's happily decided. For those who drift in society, who can avoid getting cut? And if you get cut, you can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough." At this time, Qin Feng deeply experienced the true meaning of this phrase, and only understood now that this skill refers to acting skills. A qualified hooligan must first begin acting. If they didn't have good enough acting skills to make fiction and reality almost indistinguishable, they would not be able to get along in the streets. One would be too embarrassed to say they got along in the streets if they hadn't done a couple of performances. Haha, since everyone agrees, then we'll write off what happened at first. We're all still good brothers, am I right? These hooligans changed their expressions too quickly, and Qin Feng had trouble getting used to it. Good brothers, it's fate that we used the same motives to join the one group. In the future, since we're all out on the streets, we'll meet frequently. Another friend means another escape route, right? That's not right, women are like clothes, and brothers share a deep friendship. How can we ruin the friendship between us because of a set of flowery clothes? We're fucking in the streets to make a living, and we value comradeship. Brother, we also did the wrong thing at first and misunderstood you. Now, that misunderstanding is resolved, and in the future, we will share joys and bear sorrows together. Cough cough. Qin Feng immediately coughed twice and interrupted the audience. He was afraid that if he let these people continue acting, they would start to go through with the process of becoming sworn brothers. Since we're all brothers, then I must remind you that we can't just force ourselves onto that silly girl in this hotel. After saying this, the audience's elated expressions faded. They looked at Qin Feng with some dissatisfaction, but they were apprehensive of Qin Feng's abilities, so they didn't dare say anything in opposition. "Ha, don't misunderstand." Qin Feng waved his hand. "I'm just doing this for everyone's benefit. Think about it, this is Rujia Hotel, a countrywide chain hotel. Who knows how many cameras there are here? If you all take turns on Lu Wenjing in the room, and this girl calls the cops, none of you will escape. They'll pull up the surveillance to find your faces and arrest you." Their faces all changed from dissatisfied to afraid. They saw the truth after hearing Qin Feng's words, and were glad this didn't happen. Who knew how many years they'd be imprisoned for if over 10 men raped one woman? "Brother, you're completely right, good thing you reminded us in time, or we would have been arrested at night." Right, we're not going to play in the hotel, we have to think of a way to trick this silly girl out of it and find a hidden place to make our move. You all keep thinking that Lu Wenjing is a silly girl, but I've found that she isn't dumb. Qin Feng saw that he changed their minds and continued, think about it, why did she meet us in a hotel? Why didn't she say anything beforehand and pretend she was getting a room? If you don't believe me, think about it, wasn't that the case? The audience began to ask around. After doing so, they realized that they were called to the hotel one by one, and no one knew anyone else would be there. Once they heard that they were meeting at a hotel, they thought they were getting a room. In the end, they found that there was a fucking room full of men. Fuck, this stinking woman dared to trick us. I understand now, this woman knew right from the beginning that we had errant intentions, so she intentionally set the meeting at Rujia Hotel. Her motive was simple, to use her beauty to trick us into helping her fight the phone group. She even originally said to me that if we defeat the phone group, she'd buy mine at night. After this hooligan shouted all this, there was public indignation all around because Lu Wenjing said this to everyone present. Now that they all compared notes, they quickly realized Lu Wenjing's plan. Even Qin Feng was swept with anger when he found out that Lu Wenjing told everyone the same lie. How could a woman be so dishonest? Everyone quiet down, I've thought of a good idea. We can beat her in her own game and harshly teach this bad woman a lesson, but taste her deliciousness at the same time. Qin Feng waved his arms and everyone fell silent. Every pair of eyes were hooked onto Qin Feng like a large group of students thirsting for knowledge. At this time, Qin Feng became the big brother in their eyes. Didn't that bad woman Lu Wenjing want us to sacrifice our lives for her to fight the phone group? Then let's pretend that we're really going to fight them. I've already coordinated with a group of my friends in the streets to meet at the pedestrian walkway. When we get there, they will pretend to be phone group members coming out to play around. At that time, we'll rush at them and send them running. When the phone group is defeated, we'll carry Lu Wenjing to the bar and get her drunk. After she gets drunk, we can play however we'd like. Hee hee. To be frank, what I mean is that I'm inviting you all to act out a show. Less than half of the people understood Qin Feng's plan, and most of them didn't. This minority that understood only understood the last line about acting out a show. Thus, they immediately pounded their chests with pride and shouted, "Fuck, your elder is the fucking best at acting. If I wasn't ugly, I'd have been king of the cinema a long time ago. I think this plan is good, and I'm willing to participate." With someone taking the lead, the remaining people quickly joined in whether or not they understood Qin Feng's plan. However, they all had the same thought in mind, if the others joined, what do I have to fear? Plus, there would a beautiful woman at night, how could they miss out on that chance? Also, they all saw how Qin Feng was, and they thought he was pretty dependable. After intimidating the audience, Qin Feng's mouth quirked upwards into an almost imperceptible smirk. He walked in front of the audience and mightily led a large group of people out of the men's restroom. A couple of beautiful women who just so happened to be going to the ladies' room to relieve themselves were startled by the scene and ran away. "Qin Feng, how did it go? What did you say to them?" When she saw everyone come out, Lu Wenjing immediately rushed up to grab Qin Feng's shoulder. She asked her questions anxiously. "Nothing much, I just said some rousing words before our fight. We can set off now." Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile and turned to look at the others. "Brothers, are you ready to fight the phone group tonight?" "We're ready," they all said together. "If the phone group isn't annihilated tonight, we'll do a live broadcast of us eating shit." Chapter 190. Chapter 190, What kind of people are you? Lu Wenjing was stunned, and her expression changed unpredictably. Just as Qin Feng said, this woman wasn't simple. The whole time, she used her beauty to entice the hooligans to join the one group, then she began to show her powers. She looked gentle and charming, but she never let the group members take advantage of her. Of course, Qin Feng was an exception. Lu Wenjing had her own goals and ideas. She was absolutely not as foolish and simple as she looked. She could tell what these members' intentions were right from the beginning, but she still worked hard to think of a way to get these people help her defeat the phone group. Once she saw these people exit the restroom with completely altered expressions and unswerving fervor, she was extremely touched. She took Qin Feng's arm and smiled sweetly. They looked like an older brother and sister leading a group of little brothers, and they walked grandly out of the Rujia Hotel. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Northern District's pedestrian walkway. This procession was too large, and quite a few people stared at them along the way. We won't talk about how the 13 hooligans looked green, but Qin Feng's face darkened. I say, Lu Wenjing, you're the one group's boss lady. This is our first battle, and even if you don't have a car, couldn't you have rented 3 vans? And even if you didn't have money to rent a van, couldn't you invite the people we're going to fight to come to where we are? Look at these brothers, their passion and vigor ran out during the way over. How could they kill people? Lu Wenjing looked wronged, stuck her body close to Qin Feng's embrace, and whispered into his ear, Qin Feng, I only have 20 yuan in my pocket, it's not enough to call a cab. Why don't you lend me some? Qin Feng's mouth tweed, the pedestrian walkway isn't far, let's walk a bit faster and we'll be there soon. After speaking, Qin Feng covertly stuck his hand into his pocket and texted Longhair. Soon, a phone call arrived. Young Master Qin, we're all ready. This time, we plan to fight the Wild Wolf Gang at the plaza on the north side of the pedestrian walkway. Over 100 of their people have arrived, and our people are currently going to take their empty nest and the plaza's road across from the pedestrian walkway. Qin Feng nodded. He pretentiously cleared his throat and yelled, Fuck, we're almost here. Have the phone group call more people, or else it won't be enough for your elder. After hanging up, Qin Feng turned his head and gave the men a meaningful glance. Then, he said, Brothers, the phone group members are already here, let's head over. Is everyone confident? Yes. They yelled in unison. Qin Feng and these 13 hooligans were acting, while Longhair acted out another show. He had Longhair plan a fight with the Wild Wolf Gang and trick their members on the pedestrian walkway into the plaza. At this time, Longhair would bring the phone group to eliminate their empty nest on the plaza road, and Qin Feng would take his group to the plaza to face the Wild Wolf Gang. He planned to have these 13 idiots fight a large battle with over 100 of them. Since these hooligans liked acting so much, Qin Feng would give them a play within a play. Quickly, Qin Feng led these people to the plaza on top of the pedestrian walkway. It was already dark, and the plaza was considerably remote, so there wasn't really anyone coming or going. But they were currently gathered and densely packed into a large black shadow. When Lu Wenjing and the 13 hooligans saw it, they were stunned. Suddenly, a hooligan arrived beside Qin Feng. He pulled him to the side and said with a smile, Brother, isn't your show too real? What street do you hang around? You must be someone important that you were able to call out so many brothers to pretend to be bad guys with just one phone call. In a bit, are we going to really go all out, or are we going to pretend to hit them a bit? Beat them. Beat them to death. Qin Feng smiled, that way, the silly lass won't detect anything fishy. But, these are your brothers, that doesn't seem like such a good thing to do. What brothers? They're all my lackeys. They'll only be happy if you all fought viciously because they could take credit in front of me when they get back, Qin Feng said calmly. I understand, I'll quietly notify the brothers. These hooligans ran back to the rest of the group to pass along the order. He could tell that Qin Feng was a big shot. Not only did he have skills, he also had lots of brothers. Hi, what are you here for? This land is ours, so go somewhere else if you have no business here. An angry rebuke passed over from the Wild Wolf Gang. A bald man with a scar stepped out and glared coldly at Qin Feng. This baldy was the one who brought his team to fight with the Feng group. He clearly didn't treat Qin Feng's group as Feng group members. The Feng group was trash, but there was no way they'd only bring around 10 people. Qin Feng ignored Baldy. He smiled and walked toward him, and the 13 hooligans behind him confidently puffed up their chests and followed. Soon both sides were a meter away from one another. Fuck, are you looking for trouble, brat? Your elder told you to fuck off, are you fucking deaf? Baldy's eyebrows raised, and his expression became sinister. Fuck, how are you talking to our boss? You fucking want to die. This time, Qin Feng didn't have to open his mouth, and someone stepped out behind him. It wasn't just one person that stood out, a whole group did. Damn Baldy, you think your elder can't tell you tattooed that scar on your face? Your elder fucking gets around on the streets as well. If you dare to shriek at our big brother, I'll kill you with one hand. Damn, you think you're so great because you have a lot of people. You're acting like your elder hasn't seen the world. Do you know who your elder is? Ask about Big Brother Biao on the streets. 5 years ago, I single-handedly defeated 10 opponents and made them piss their pants. I'm afraid you weren't yet born then, brat. Now you have the guts to behave rudely in front of your senior. I'm going to laugh my front teeth out. A Biao stepped out as well. When he saw this scene, Baldy's imposing manner immediately weakened. He shook his head and was thinking about who older brother Biao was. Lu Wenjing was so moved that tears sprang from her eyes. She just knew that every one group member was a hidden expert. They didn't take action, but when they did, the results would be earth-trembling. Originally, when she saw that their opponent had over 100 people, Lu Wenjing was a bit afraid. Now, she was not even a little afraid. She took Qin Feng's arm and yelled and pointed at the Baldy. Damn Baldy, how dare you yell at my man? I'll chop you to death. Who are you people really? Baldy hated when people called him damn Baldy, so he was furious. He asked his question while glaring viciously at everyone. I never conceal my identity. I'm a one-group person, these are one group's heroes. Lu Wenjing puffed up her chest and patted it with the heroic passion and demeanor of a female heroine. However, none of the people paid attention to her imposing manner, all of the attention fell on her full chest. Chapter 191. Chapter 191, Die. Fuck, what the hell is the one group? The Baldy never heard of Big Brother Biao, nor did he know the one group. His patience had run out, and he suddenly shouted towards his underlings behind him, these people are fucking crazy, trash them brothers. With this command, the group of close to 100 of them pounced towards Qin Feng's group like an undercurrent. They were quickly surrounded, and none of them could escape. You're here, and the time to show off is here. I'm really excited. Fuck, your elder said he's Big Brother Biao who single-handedly defeats 10 people. You hooligans are looking to die. Brothers, attack together and annihilate this group of clueless brats. In terms of vigor, these 13 hooligans were not weak at all. They even smiled brightly in the faces of the 100 people that surrounded them. Bang! The stalwart Big Brother Biao attacked first. With a powerful kick, he kicked one of the enemies onto the ground. With fierce punches, he knocked over another 2 people beside him. This scene fired up the spectators in the one group. They could ascertain that the opponents really were the younger brothers Qin Feng called over. They just stood there without daring to move and let them hit however they wanted. At this time, the 13 one group hooligans were like 13 fierce tigers and cheetahs. They rushed together onto the first line of defense with kicks and punches. They knew that this was just a show, and they didn't even bring any weapons. They fought with bare fists and felt a bit like a martial arts elder. Bang! Another dull sound echoed. This time, a one group member fell, and it was the impossibly cocky Big Brother Biao. Baldy viciously swung a bat into his head. Fresh blood immediately streamed down Brother Biao's head, dyeing his face beyond recognition. It was particularly frightening in the hazy gloom of the night. The instant Brother Biao fell, he forgot to shout in pain. Instead, he looked at Baldy with an expression of doubt mixed with anger. "Fuck, you're stealing the show." "I'm stealing your grandma." Baldy was stunned for a moment, then he swung his bat even more wildly at Brother Biao. He hit him while shouting, "You really are a fucking lunatic." At this time, Qin Feng had long pulled Lu Wenjing out of the battle area. He sat on a park bench while hugging Lu Wenjing's small waist and smilingly weighed the intense battle appreciatively. Lu Wenjing didn't have Qin Feng's leisurely expression. She weighed the Wen group brothers fall one by one, and her expression was one of anxiety. "Qin Feng, hurry, and make a move. If you do, they'll all fall." Qin Feng stared unhappily at Lu Wenjing and yelled, "You silly lass, you must have weighed too many television shows with martial arts and fantastical elements. You think I'm a god that can overturn the world just by making a move? Want to see me throw out some fireballs? You think I'm an acrobat?" Lu Wenjing scrunched her nose and felt wronged. She said with disappointment, "Then what do we do? I seem to have overestimated our one group's abilities. Should we run away? If you live on a green hill, you don't need to be afraid there's no firewood. Wait until I get back, I'll enlist people into the one group again, and next time we will definitely be able to succeed." "Then you don't care about these one group brothers?" Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile. Lu Wenjing lowered her head in embarrassment. "Qin Feng, I know you're really smart and saw through my plans right from the beginning. These people aren't anything good, and I know what they're thinking. No one owes anyone anything, let's quickly make our escape." Qin Feng released her and allowed Lu Wenjing to run away, while he sat on the bench and continued to enjoy the messy fight. Of the 13 Wen group members, only 5 of them were left standing. On the other hand, their opponents only lost 30 people. It goes without saying that Qin Feng's confusing plan was really effective. Once these hooligans thought they were acting and freely showed off their abilities, they revealed some hidden capabilities. Tonight, they were good fighters that could each fight 5 people on their own. Usually, they wouldn't even dare to think to try something like this. "Why did you come back?" Not long later, Lu Wenjing ran back, so Qin Feng asked his question while looking at her with a smile. "Qin Feng, hurry and run away with me, the one group still needs you," said Lu Wenjing with anxiousness. "Why would I leave when there's such a good live fight? You're a woman as cruel as a poisonous scorpion. Would you care whether I live or die?" Qin Feng looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile. Lu Wenjing anxiously glanced at the battlefield and found that all of the one group members had fallen. Baldy's entire body was filled with wounds. He led his remaining 50 or so brothers towards them with a vulgar expression. Lu Wenjing suddenly fell limp and sat on the ground. She looked unspeakably hopeless. She lowered her head and said quietly, "I'm as cruel as a poisonous scorpion, I'm a big liar, I'm cold and unfeeling, but I had my reasons. Forget it, since I can't run, I'll face my fate." Bang! Lu Wenjing had just finished speaking when a large sound was heard, followed by Qin Feng's light laughter. "Silly girl, what do you mean by facing your fate? Fate is in your hands. Want to conquer fate with me?" While Qin Feng spoke, he kicked again. His leg carried an enormous strength and toppled a whole row of people. He then casually picked up the fallen baseball bat and tossed it at Lu Wenjing. "Fight with this, but don't injure your delicate hands." Whoosh! He had just finished speaking when Lu Wenjing realized that Qin Feng already flew into the fray. He was like an otherworldly expert from wuxia novels, his arms and fists were tyrannical and powerful. His moves weren't grand, but were only simple punches and kicks. Every time he punched, there would be the sound of something slicing through the air. It carried an irresistible force and was unblockable. His leg strength was frightening. With one kick, he could send one person flying over 10 meters. None of the people Qin Feng knocked over were able to crawl up again. Lu Wenjing's clear eyes twinkled. She was so happy she was about to float. She saw hope, saw her younger sister's future. "Hey, you hooligans, die!" Lu Wenjing suddenly gave an angry shout, brandished the bat, and joined the fray as well. Though she was a woman, the strength of her fighting didn't lose to any man. She really was fierce and ruthless. She used all of her strength to smash the heads of these hooligans. She didn't even blink when she saw gushing blood. Because people don't live for themselves, Lu Wenjing was willing to become a demon for her younger sister. "Dearest, be careful, I've come to help you. You scum, hurry and die for your great aunt. If you have the guts to touch my dearest, your mother will kill you and wipe you out completely." Lu Wenjing saw everyone surrounding Qin Feng and beating him, and she actually felt worried about him. She intentionally yelled loudly to attract a large group of them to her. When she saw the group of stinking men that looked like wolves and tigers heading towards her, she clenched her teeth and pounced at them. "I'll beat you to death. Your mother will beat you to death." Lu Wenjing wildly waved the bat in her hands. Pitiful cries were occasionally heard. She didn't even know how many people she knocked over because she was so afraid. She closed her eyes. She only concerned herself with wildly hitting and swinging, and didn't dare look at the bloody scene. Even if her arms were so achy that she almost couldn't lift them, she still didn't dare stop. Swish! A cold dagger suddenly scraped Lu Wenjing's arm. She immediately felt a wave of sharp pain and hot blood gushed out, giving her a fright. Whoosh! She was cut from behind, and a large blade sliced the back of her clothes, leaving a long gash on her back. She fiercely clenched her teeth, but made no noise. More and more hooligans gathered around Lu Wenjing. She didn't even know when someone stole the bat from her hands. She continued to shut her eyes and curse while wildly waving her arms. "Stinking woman, go die." A kick suddenly flew out of the crowd and hit Lu Wenjing's small stomach. She was a small and weak girl, so she was immediately sent flying. She lay on the ground aching from head to toe and couldn't even stand back up. She saw the group of hooligans pounce at her with smiles and lewd gazes. Lu Wenjing yelled in fright, "Dearest, hurry and save me, I can't do it anymore." After she was done yelling, Lu Wenjing looked at the group of over 20 hooligans. From the ones furthest away to the one closest to her, these people fell over while walking. They didn't even have time to cry out. Those walking in the front did not even detect the danger behind them. People were incessantly falling down, and Lu Wenjing's mood was also incessantly shaken again and again. Boom! After the last hooligan fell, Lu Wenjing saw Qin Feng's face clearly. His clothes and hair were a bit messy, but he stood there with his back bent like a large, towering mountain, making Lu Wenjing feel completely safe. "You silly girl, why did you yell so carelessly?" Qin Feng rushed over with steps like arrows and knelt down beside Lu Wenjing. He looked at her tattered and bloodied clothes and immediately bought 2 bottles of elementary gold sore medicine. Qin Feng tore away the clothing around Lu Wenjing's wound, poured the medicinal powder on her, and rubbed it in. Qin Feng was a bit affected when he saw the large, startling gash on the silly girl's originally pristine back, yet she didn't make any noise in pain. "If you didn't yell, they would have just surrounded me. Look what you did to yourself, are you a woman?" Qin Feng lectured Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing was heavily injured, yet she still smiled sweetly, dearest, I saw them all running to bully you. I couldn't just I attracted some of them over so you could breathe easier. Qin Feng hit Lu Wenjing's head and said severely, breathe my ass. Listen here, next time there's a fight like this, take the bat and hide somewhere dark. It'll be enough to secretly hit 1 or 2 people if you felt the urge to. You really treated yourself like a woman warrior. Chapter 192. Chapter 192, The Sad Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing seemed to suddenly think of something. She abruptly turned and hugged Qin Feng's neck. She yelled with excitement, Qin Feng, did we win? Didn't our one group win? We toppled the Feng group. Let's hurry and leave. We'll kill all the way to the Fei Tian bar and take over their base. Qin Feng smacked Lu Wenjing's head again and yelled, kill kill kill, are you crazy? These aren't even Feng group members, they're Wild Wolf Gang members. If you really fought the Feng group today, would you even be alive and able to talk to me right now? Wild Wolf Gang members? Lu Wenjing suddenly let go of Qin Feng. She felt that something was wrong. She looked at Qin Feng in alarm, what happened here? Qin Feng grinned at Lu Wenjing and said, silly girl, are you the only one that can trick me? Can I not trick you? You're really naive, you foolish girl. Do you remember where you met me for the first time? It was at the Fei Tian bar. Did you think I went there to drink? I'm the boss of the Feng group. This time, I countered the plan with another plan and made the one group face the Wild Wolf Gang. The real Feng group has currently taken down the Plaza Road. Silly little girl, you say you want to fight my Feng group. Tell me how this young master should deal with you. This place is desolate and uninhabited. Why don't you follow this young master and become the boss's wife? Qin Feng was joking with Lu Wenjing. He still had the quest to help her develop a #1 power in Acropolis. How would he really betray her? He explained the situation frankly in preparation of taking Lu Wenjing to the Fei Tian bar to hand her management of the Feng group. In the future, all they'd have to do is develop the Feng group into the #1 underground power in Acropolis and he'd complete the quest. However, after Lu Wenjing heard Qin Feng's words, she was so shocked that she immediately stood. She looked at Qin Feng with alarm and despair and slowly backed away. She was forced to fight and build up powers to make money for her younger sister. She originally thought that she met an honorable man right upon coming onto the streets. She knew that most people in society had bad hearts, so she was already cautious enough, but she was still thrown into Qin Feng's gentle trap. Once she saw Qin Feng help her defeat the Feng group and dive into the fray on his own, her long-dormant young woman's heart was slightly moved. There was a germinating feeling, but the sprout had not yet come out when Qin Feng squeezed it to death in the cradle with one hand. Maybe with Qin Feng's skills, the prior fight was just a warm-up, but to a weak woman like Lu Wenjing, this was a dangerous and thrilling battle. She experienced a life-or-death situation with Qin Feng. Now, she was betrayed by him and felt an indescribable pain. Qin Feng, you're a fucking beast. Lu Wenjing cried with extreme sorrow. She knew she shouldn't have trusted anyone. She could accept getting tricked, but because of this, there now wasn't enough time. How would she continue helping her younger sister? It wasn't her that was cheated, it was her younger sister's good prospects. Qin Feng was slightly shocked. He didn't think Lu Wenjing would suddenly become so angry. He was about to grab her and explain when there was suddenly the wail of a police siren. 5 police cars quickly stopped near the plaza. Lu Wenjing stared coldly at Qin Feng, then clenched her teeth and escaped into the dark park. However, she thoroughly hated Qin Feng and wanted to kill him. Everyone crouch on the ground and put your hands on your head. Whoever dares to run away will be shot. Qin Feng wanted to chase after Lu Wenjing, but he saw a familiar face among the group of police rushing over, so he stopped. His expression changed into a smile and he waved the icy Lu Bingbing stalk over. "Chief Lu, it's such a late night and you all still have to work. It really is hard on you good police." The instant she saw Qin Feng, Lu Bingbing shook with anger. She couldn't stand it. Why was it that every time there was a case involving fighting and even murder, this brat Qin Feng was always present? The even more frustrating thing was that this brat had a powerful background in Acropolis, so every time she caught him, she had no way of prosecuting him. She weighed helplessly as he was wordlessly released. And every time, this brat brought an award pennant with him upon his departure. Lu Bingbing's jade hands were already on the handgun at her waist. She really wanted to shoot Qin Feng to death. She could still picture her prior meeting with Qin Feng in the police station. This brat actually secretly swallowed the cup of water with the laxatives and gave her a stomach ache. Qin Feng even blocked the door, preventing Lu Bingbing from going out, and lastly forced her to French kiss him before letting her leave. How can this jerk that's not even comparable to a beast still be alive? Lu Bingbing growled internally. You guys deal with the people lying on the ground and leave this brat to me. Yes, Chief Lu. Under the many eyes of her juniors, Lu Bingbing suppressed the rage inside of her and began to assign them tasks. Over 10 policemen ran into the group and handled the results of this brawl. Only then did Lu Bingbing see the ground full of bodies. With one gaze, she estimated that there were close to 100 of them. She looked at Qin Feng in astonishment and asked, "These people, did you beat up all of them?" At this time, there was no one else standing here other than Qin Feng, so Lu Bingbing could only conclude that Qin Feng knocked this group of people out. In the past, she fought with Qin Feng in the interrogation room when she was trying to extort a confession, so she knew that this extremely hedonistic young master had some skills. But, when she saw the ground filled with fallen bodies, she found that she had sorely underestimated Qin Feng. Both yes and no, Qin Feng smiled and nodded. He suddenly raised his arm to look at the time on his watch. He said with surprise, "Aw, it's already past 11. If I don't go back, my old dad'll whip me." "Chief Lu, I'll drink tea with you next time, I'm going to head back first." Qin Feng ran 2 steps when he suddenly stopped because he felt a wave of danger from behind him. A pie-black handgun was pointed at his head. "Young Master Qin, I think you should come with me back to the police station." Right, I almost forgot." Qin Feng turned with a smile and looked coldly at Lu Bingbing. He said, "Chief Lu, we haven't seen each other in a while. You must miss me that you want to invite me to tea alone in the middle of the night." Qin Feng hadn't finished speaking when Lu Bingbing removed the safety. The ka-chow made one feel a gust of coldness. This girl was doing it for real. Chapter 193. Chapter 193, One type of person is the most frightening. This time, I was wrong for fighting. I'll go back with Chief Lu and accept an investigation. Qin Feng suddenly changed his happy expression into a serious one. Lu Bingbing didn't even want to say anything to Qin Feng. She handcuffed him, brought him into her police car, and drove away first. On the way back, Lu Bingbing drove while thinking of how to deal with Qin Feng. However, even after thinking for a long time, she was still at her wit's end. She still had no conclusive evidence that he fought, and these people were all hooligans, so these kinds of fights between underground powers occurred frequently. The matter could be significant or insignificant. This matter clearly wouldn't affect a hedonistic young master with a background like Qin Feng at all. Suddenly, Lu Bingbing thought of another thing. Her eyes immediately brightened. She suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the car became a bolt of lightning. They left the main road and flew towards the small road to the right. "Chief Lu, you're speeding right now, they're going to revoke your driver's license. This urgent turn almost propelled Qin Feng out of the car. When he sat properly again, he complained with dissatisfaction. Lu Bingbing didn't respond. She held the steering wheel with one hand and pointed her gun at Qin Feng's head with the other. Shut up, your mother doesn't need you to tell her how to drive. Person. There's a person. Qin Feng suddenly yelled and turned the steering wheel. When Lu Bingbing came back to her senses, she then realized she almost hit an old granny crossing the street. She exhaled deeply and didn't dare lose focus again. She held the steering wheel with both hands and didn't speak to Qin Feng. But, even though an accident almost occurred, Lu Bingbing didn't slow down at all. On the contrary, she went even faster and faster. She was in a hurry to get to the South Bay Pier. If it was too late, those bad people may have already escaped. Chief Lu, hurry and stop the car. I don't have the guts to sit in your car anymore. Good thing Qin Feng previously acquired intermediate racing skills through the lottery, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to control the car at first. Though this was the case, he didn't want to be crazy with this fiery woman any longer. This woman drove towards the South Bay Pier. He didn't know what she was thinking because that area was desolate and uninhabited. She wasn't planning on murdering him, was she? Lu Bingbing kept a cold expression and ignored Qin Feng. She continued to speed forward. Chief Lu, I was just fighting, there's no need for you to be like this, is there? I want to go back to the police station and undergo investigation. Hurry and drive back. Chief Lu, you're a good cop and you are the embodiment of righteousness. We poor commoners see you as a source of dependency. How could you be deaf and mute to a good, law-abiding citizen? This isn't right. Chief Lu, I really have to use the restroom. Stop the car, or I'll piss in it. Lu Bingbing held it in again and again. She clenched her teeth so hard that they were almost shattered and swallowed. However, once she heard that Qin Feng had to use the restroom, the fire in her almost burst out because she thought of how she was played by Qin Feng the last time she had to use the restroom in the police station. She suddenly picked up her handgun and stuck it between Qin Feng's legs. The safety was already removed from the gun earlier, so if the shot went out, it could really end his familial bloodline. Do you still have to pee? Keep chattering, and I'll explode your balls with one gunshot. Lu Bingbing directly burst out in vulgar language. As a policewoman, she encountered too many hooligans on a daily basis, so this kind of vulgar language was commonplace. However, her expression suddenly became one of shock, and in the next second, she was so angry that she was about to combust. She originally thought that if she pointed the gun at Qin Feng's nether regions, he would be so frightened that he'd piss in his pants and cut the nonsense. However, he wasn't nervous or afraid in the slightest. He actually raised his bottom and made a comfortable sound. Oh! Chief Lu, you haven't gotten the right spot. Move the gun to the right a little. Bang! With a dull sound, the police car crashed into a large tree on the side of the road. Luckily, Qin Feng reacted in time and quickly stepped on the brakes, so the two of them were mostly fine. Chief Lu, I told you to stop the car a long time ago. Now look what happened, you crashed into a tree. If it were your own car, then it wouldn't really matter, you could crash it if you wanted to. But this is a public car, why didn't you treat it with more care? Qin Feng said with an indignant expression, even though you have a high position and you can make up some excuse about crashing the car, what did the flowers, grass, trees, and bird nests on the trees ever do to you? How could you ruin their lives and homes? Do you know how much they're hurting because your car is pressing down on them right now? Do you know how expensive house prices are? And you just casually crashed into the little birds' homes. Do you know? Bang! There was another dull sound. This time, it was a gunshot. Lu Bingbing crazily pulled at her hair and shot at Qin Feng's head. This girl really made Qin Feng crazy. The gunshot was for real, and if Qin Feng didn't dodge as quickly as he did, his brain would currently be blown into watermelon juice. Qin Feng was extremely angry, and the result was severe. He suddenly moved as quick as lightning. In the next second, the gun that was previously in Lu Bingbing's hand ended up in Qin Feng's. He coldly pointed the gun at Lu Bingbing. It's a moonless night and the winds are high. It's a night for murder. Qin Feng's eerie laughter resounded within the car. It was the first time Lu Bingbing felt such an icy breeze. It spread around her with the air of death. She looked at Qin Feng in alarm and didn't dare move. She was aware of Qin Feng's abilities, and she didn't even get to react when Qin Feng grabbed the gun earlier. Qin Feng, don't be impetuous. You made me really angry at first, so I lost my head. I hope you can understand. Understand. Qin Feng laughed coldly. He slowly dragged the barrel of the gun downwards. If I were a bit slower at first, I wouldn't be alive to understand you. The barrel of the gun was on Lu Bingbing's charming face and slid down her fair jade neck. Qin Feng didn't stop, he slid it down to her full chest. The barrel of the gun was like a thrilling roller coaster going from the bottom of the mountain to the top. He even intentionally and ruthlessly pressed down at the top of the mountain before sliding down to the valley across from it. Though there was a layer of clothing in between, the feeling of the black handgun rubbing her body made a strange feeling pass over her. When the barrel of the gun pressed down on her chest, she almost cried out loud. Her beautiful, frosty eyes glared coldly at Qin Feng. She gritted her teeth and looked as though she wanted to tear Qin Feng apart with 5 horses. Qin Feng, don't be too ridiculous, stop right now and I'll write off tonight's events, including your battle. But if you continue messing around, I assure you that I'll make you die a horrendous death. Since Lu Bingbing was a Stage 2 external expert, when hooligans saw her, they would flee ignominiously like they saw a she-devil. Getting caught by her was as frightening as a little lamb entering a wolf's den. The whole time, she played the role of the wolf, but today was her first time feeling like a little lamb entering the mouth of the big gray wolf Qin Feng. Do you think you can live past tonight? Qin Feng laughed coldly. The gun in his hand didn't stop. At this time, it arrived at Lu Bingbing's flat belly. He lifted Lu Bingbing's clothes and stuck his gun in and onto her sexy and beautiful navel. Qin Feng, this old woman is going to fight it out with you. A scholar would rather die than face humiliation. Lu Bingbing waved her fists at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng only used one hand to lightly grab both of Lu Bingbing's. He also sat on her legs and pressed down on her so she couldn't move. He stuck the pie-black gun down her navel and into her jeans. Qin Feng, you pervert, you won't die a natural death. I'm going to bite you to death, you beast. Lu Bingbing was about to go crazy. When had she ever been humiliated by someone else this way? She was so angry that her face flushed, and tears swam in her eyes. Chief Lu, when you pointed the gun at me just now, did you think about how I felt? I'm a man, there are some places that not anyone can casually violate. Qin Feng's expression suddenly became cold. Though he always looked happy and boisterous, he had a baseline. There's one kind of person that's the most frightening because you can't tell when they're joking and when they're serious. Qin Feng was clearly this kind of person. Lu Bingbing was stunned for an instant. It was her first time seeing Qin Feng so serious. She thought that using a gun to threaten Qin Feng just now, and even pointing it at his nether regions, was going a bit too far. Qin Feng, release me and we're even. The barrel of the gun was still in Lu Bingbing's jeans. The feeling was too weird, and she only thought about how she wanted to quickly take it away. Bang! Just as she finished speaking, Lu Bingbing heard a gunshot. She was so startled that her legs turned into jelly. The gun was pressed onto her jeans, so if a shot was made, she didn't dare imagine what would happen to her. She was even more afraid of this than getting hit right on the head. She felt completely non-functional, and her brain was completely blank. This was the first time she was so frightened. However, after a while, Lu Bingbing didn't feel as though there was anything strange down there, and there was no pain either. "Chief Lu, I told you multiple times to slow down and not drive in such a hurry. Even if you are in a hurry to have tea with me, and we can even do enjoyable activities after drinking the tea, safety comes first. Now everything's great, the car is trashed, the tree is bent, and you even knocked down the bird nests. Tell me what happened." Lu Bingbing stared stupidly at the handgun in the middle of her waist, then at Qin Feng, who complained non-stop. She even felt as though she had teleported to another universe. Maybe everything that had just happened was an illusion and it didn't happen at all. Everything was like it was before. But then, once Lu Bingbing saw the bullet hole in the window behind Qin Feng and the other bullet hole in the window behind her, she confirmed that everything was real. She didn't know how Qin Feng was able to pull out the gun, shoot, and the bullet grazed her head, and return the gun to the middle of her waist. She only felt one thing: Qin Feng was a nut job. No, he was a devil. No, he fucking wasn't even comparable to a beast. Chapter 194. Chapter 194, Agree to 3 conditions. Qin Feng, I would like you to help me. A while later, Lu Bingbing calmed down from her previously stunned state. After seeing Qin Feng's extraordinary skills, she had an even stronger desire to drag him to complete her secret mission tonight. Let's hear it. Qin Feng finally stopped complaining. He rolled down the window and stared out it in a daze. There've been over 10 missing persons cases in Acropolis lately, and they've gotten the attention of the higher-ups. They've required us police to solve the crime in half a month. I've been following some leads in secret, and I've got a reliable report that this enormous gang of human traffickers will be smuggling people tonight at the South Bay Pier. The 2 of us will go there, hide, and use this opportunity to take down this large-scale smuggling gang, Lu Bingbing said earnestly. Just the 2 of us. Qin Feng stared dumbly at Lu Bingbing. Yeah, just the 2 of us. Lu Bingbing said, we can't have a lot of people or we'll be too conspicuous. 2 is the best number. Do you think I'm idiotic and retarded? Qin Feng pointed at his own nose and spoke with seriousness. Qin Feng, the higher-ups have placed priority on this case. If you help me take them down, I'll give you credit. The reward will be generous, Lu Bingbing said anxiously. Not interested. If you help me this once, I assure you that if you commit a crime in Acropolis in the future, I'll help you settle it. My old man can help me settle it, I don't need you. Qin Feng continued to shake his head. Plus, as an upstanding and rule-abiding citizen, I've never done anything illegal my whole life. Never. Lu Bingbing's face darkened. She gaped and held in her emotions. She didn't want to talk to Qin Feng about his extensive criminal record. How would this guy admit them? I can promise to accept one condition of yours, Lu Bingbing said through clenched teeth after thinking for a bit. Qin Feng still didn't budge. 2 conditions, Lu Bingbing's teeth were about to shatter. Chief Lu, that's not what I mean. It's just that this task is really dangerous, Qin Feng said with difficulty. After getting halfway through his speech, Lu Bingbing interrupted him. Qin Feng, as long as you help me CA these criminals, I'll agree to 3 of your conditions. You can choose anything and I swear I'll do them. Lu Bingbing threw caution to the wind. Deal. Qin Feng suddenly said solemnly, Chief Lu, get out and I'll drive. We have to get to the South Bay Pier. If we're too late, then these scumbags will escape. Lu Bingbing was stunned for 5 seconds, then she immediately exited the car and swayed into the front passenger seat. Chief Lu, don't go back on your word. Once Lu Bingbing got into the car, Qin Feng said with a jolly smile, you said 3 conditions, and you have to do whatever conditions I choose. Lu Bingbing glared coldly at Qin Feng and said emotionlessly, I will do anything within my abilities, but if you want me to do those vulgar things, dream on. In regards to vulgar things, do you mean getting into bed? Qin Feng asked. What do you think? Lu Bingbing glared viciously at Qin Feng and retorted coldly. No betting, no betting. Qin Feng immediately waved his hands. Chief Lu, even if you wanted to get in bed with me, I wouldn't have the guts to do so. Your temper is too violent. If I wanted to dump you after, I wouldn't have the guts to do that. Shut up and drive. Lu Bingbing stomped in anger. She wanted to tear Qin Feng's mouth to pieces. Chief Lu, sit properly, I'm going to take off. Qin Feng already began to shift gears, gas, and was prepared to leave at any moment. Lu Bingbing snorted with disdain. He was just driving, she didn't believe this brat could get the car to fly. But in the next second, Lu Bingbing's scream resounded through the night and didn't stop. She found that Qin Feng made the car fly, and she was almost flung out of the car on several occasions. Chief Lu, we've arrived. Not 10 minutes later, the police car stopped and Qin Feng suddenly realized that it was great speeding in a cop car since the path was unimpeded. Lu Bingbing immediately opened the door, ran far away, and began to throw up. Usually when chasing a criminal she often sped, but this was still the first time she sat in a car ride that made her throw up. Chief Lu, I told you to sit properly, why don't you never listen to me? Here. Qin Feng extended a couple of tissues to her. Lu Bingbing glared coldly at Qin Feng. She didn't know what to say to this kind of person. Here was an expert fighter, a godlike driver, and a rich and powerful man. She suddenly felt as though the heavens were unfair. Qin Feng, let's hide on opposite sides of the underbrush. Wah for my signals later. Lu Bingbing finished wiping her mouth and immediately became stern. She looked at the terrain around her and chose 2 hidden paths of underbrush. They both got into their own places. These clusters of weeds were half a person tall and were great for hiding. If they squatted, it would be hard to detect the other's presence. Qin Feng squatted in the underbrush and looked around him. South Bay Pier was Acropolis City's sole port. Who knew how many ships came and went? There were both container ships and passenger ships. It was already deep in night. There were 3 large container ships stopped on the pier, and over 20 fishing boats on the 2 sides of the port. There were no more passenger ships at this time, so tonight it would be easy to discover people if they wanted to buy and sell people here. Who knew how long they squatted there in the underbrush subject to the river wind when they heard gusts of whistling from the boats on the river in the distance. Qin Feng looked out to see a large cargo ship nearing the port. At this time, Qin Feng looked towards Lu Bingbing, who signaled to him. At the same time, she squatted in the underbrush and slowly headed towards the port. Qin Feng immediately understood what Lu Bingbing meant. He slowly followed and headed towards the port as well. Each person hid one side of the port. In a bit, if the criminals were going to appear, it would be hard for them to escape their grasps. After all, Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing were incredible experts, so it would be no problem for one of them to fight 10 little hooligans. Shaw shaw. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise from the underbrush not far away. Lu Bingbing's eyes brightened and excitement filled her face. Based on her many years of experience in scouting, the noise in the underbrush wasn't the sound of wind blowing grass. Someone was hidden in it and was rushing towards the port. And based on the sound, it was a large group of people. Lu Bingbing signaled to Qin Feng again. Qin Feng heard rustling footsteps and quickly understood what Lu Bingbing meant. His eyes flashed swiftly in the dark and quickly determined the group's position. Toot toot. The large container ship was already about to reach shore, and it tooted its whistle again like it was signaling to the traffickers in the underbrush. When these people heard the second whistle, they immediately sped up. They rushed out of the underbrush and ran over to the docking large container ship. Chapter 195. Chapter 195, It's You. Qin Feng didn't need Lu Bingbing to instruct him. He was already running towards the group of people. He continuously swiped positions and was so quick that he was like a ghost in the dark night. No one noticed his figure. When he appeared again, he was already behind the traffickers. He ran while striking the backs of their heads. With each hit, one person was knocked down. Qin Feng knocked out 5 people before even getting to the port. Retreat, there's an ambush, there's an ambush. Suddenly, the man that got onto the cargo ship first strained his throat and yelled. He wore black nocturnal clothing and wore a black mask on his face. Even if someone shined a light on his face, this man's entire face would still not be visible. Qin Feng found this man's roar a bit familiar, but he didn't yell again, so Qin Feng couldn't determine who it was. You thugs, where are you running to? Since he was discovered, Qin Feng didn't hide. He used more strength in his legs and sped up continuously. In the time it takes to form a couple of breaths, he already arrived onto the large container ship. Without another word, Qin Feng sent a fist flying towards the man in black. It's you. When the man in black saw Qin Feng, he froze in shock. He lost his senses and Qin Feng sent him flying with one punch. This fist made the man in black spit fresh blood. However, since he was wearing a mask, the blood sprayed into the mask. Who knew how much of that blood went back into his mouth? Retreat, hurry and retreat. The man covered his chest and cried out. This time, he purposely made his voice raspier, and it sounded completely different from before. How could Qin Feng allow these people to retreat when they wanted to? He was certain that he knew this person, but he couldn't think of who it was. He chased after him and wanted to take him down. Qin Feng had just taken 2 steps when he retreated quickly. He pressed his legs into the ground and violently retreated midair. Tap tap tap. In the next second, the wooden board Qin Feng was standing on already became a hornet's nest from over 10 bullets. Tap tap tap. Qin Feng had just landed when the sound of a submachine gun was heard. He could only retreat again. In the end, he retreated back into the underbrush, and only then did the submachine gun shooting slowly stop. Toot toot. The passenger ship's whistle resounded once again, and the ship started up again. Not long later, it left the port and returned to the seemingly limitless river. It was then that Qin Feng stuck out his body. He looked angrily at the underbrush across from him for Lu Bingbing's figure. This woman was cruel. She tricked him into giving his life and disappeared during the most important moment. Whimper. Qin Feng had just arrived at the underbrush across from him and saw Lu Bingbing trussed up with a dirty rag stuffed into her mouth. She was crying for Qin Feng to help, but her mouth was blocked, so she could only make whimpering sounds. Madam, are you here to see the bad guys or to get taken by them? Qin Feng helplessly pulled the rag out of Lu Bingbing's mouth and helped her untie the rope. Lu Bingbing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She yelled viciously, "Those bastards, they sneak attacked me when I wasn't paying attention and tied me up so I couldn't see them. Stinking brats, don't let me see you again or I'll shoot you all dead. Chief Lu, you're the reason we failed today. You can't go back on the 3 conditions you agreed to previously." Qin Feng didn't care about anything but the 3 conditions. He still had the quest to train Lu Bingbing and make this hot-tempered, icy woman become docile and obedient. Qin Feng was prepared to use these three conditions to commence his taming of Lu Bingbing and slowly make her his servant. In the future, she would follow him obediently. Once the ropes around Lu Bingbing were untied, she immediately stood and said to Qin Feng with regret, "Qin Feng, it's true that I'm the reason we failed this mission today, so I will agree to those three conditions. But, in the future, you still have to help me CA this group of criminals and you have to come when called." "That's cheating, I'm not doing that." Qin Feng only had one life, and he wasn't going to casually play around with it. "Then I also won't agree to those three conditions." Lu Bingbing's expression fell, and she spoke coldly. What was a woman's heart? What did it mean to destroy the bridge after crossing the river? Qin Feng thoroughly experienced them now. "Chief Lu, I've misjudged you." Qin Feng walked towards the police car with annoyance. Lu Bingbing chased after him and tugged on Qin Feng's arm. "Qin Feng, how about this? If you agree to help me hunt down this group of traffickers from here on out, the three terms I previously agreed to still stand, and I can honor one of them right now." Lu Bingbing gave her all for this task that was pressed upon her by upper management. Qin Feng immediately turned around, lightly held Lu Bingbing's hands, and said with a laugh, "Chief Lu, you're treating me like an outsider. I, Qin Feng, am an indomitable man, so my words hold enormous weight and I don't do things halfway. Since I agreed to help you CA these criminals, I won't back out halfway." Qin Feng paused. He changed the topic and suddenly said, "Chief Lu, if I want to whip you with a belt right now, can I?" "Ha!" Lu Bingbing's mouth twitched violently and thought she heard incorrectly. Her face darkened as she asked, "What did you say?" Qin Feng became stern. He already removed his belt and held it in his hand. He looked at Lu Bingbing with a powerful and domineering expression and yelled, "Little beauty, this young master is really interested in you currently and wants to fiercely whip you with a belt. Bend down quickly and let this young master whip you 3 times. Then we can talk." "Qin Feng, you want to die." Lu Bingbing was so angry that she was about to burst out and cuss. If she could beat Qin Feng in a fight, she would kill this stinking brat. "Oh, the river wind is really strong. Chief Lu, I have to go home and sleep. If there's no reason to look for me in the future, don't. I'm really busy." As Qin Feng spoke, he already walked far away. Lu Bingbing saw that he was about to disappear into the dark night, so she clenched her teeth and shouted, "Young Master Qin, come back, I'll do it." Smack! Lu Bingbing had just finished speaking when she felt a burning pain and a loud sound pass from her body. She secretly cursed 18 generations of Qin Feng's ancestors several times. This Qin Feng fucking hit her for real. "Bingbing, are you satisfied with this young master's lashing?" Qin Feng was over 10 meters from Lu Bingbing at first, but was by her side in a blink and waved a large, ruthless whip. Lu Bingbing's fair and charming face was completely red from anger. Of course part of this blush was due to embarrassment since that was her most sensitive area. Besides pain from the whip, she also felt limp and numb all over. This was true painful pleasure. "Young Master Qin, you're so weak, I didn't feel anything." Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth and spoke coldly. How could she concede to Qin Feng? Smack! Then there was the sound of another whip. This sound was more crisp, and created a small tear in Lu Bingbing's pants. MMH. Lu Bingbing couldn't help but cry out at this whip. Who knew if it was a cry of pain or pleasure? "Bingbing, that was fierce enough, right? How are you speaking to this young master? Speak more gently, don't you know how to act coquettish?" Qin Feng whipped Lu Bingbing while lecturing her. This feeling could not be too great. He suddenly took a liking this quest involving taming Lu Bingbing. If Qin Feng could see Lu Bingbing's messy hair covering her face, he would be shocked to tears. That icy and charming face became completely sinister and filled with ruthless dissatisfaction. Lu Bingbing ground her teeth noisily and opened her mouth again a long while later. When she opened her mouth, Qin Feng jumped in shock. So when this hot-headed girl acted coquettish, it tickled the heart like an obedient little kitten. Young Master Qin, you're terrible. Don't bully me, I know I was wrong. Smack. This time Qin Feng was too affected and used 70% of his strength. The whip cracked, and made Lu Bingbing jump up. When she landed, she lost her balance and fell over. Qin Feng jumped in shock and immediately slipped his belt back on. He then realized that his belt was slightly torn, so it went without saying that Lu Bingbing must be as red as a monkey's ass. My bad, are you alright Bingbing? Qin Feng bought a bottle of elementary gold sore medicine from the system and immediately went beside Lu Bingbing. He was about to press her down and help her apply medicine when he heard Lu Bingbing's grim reaper-like cold voice, Qin Feng, fuck off. Now the first condition is satisfied, so if you dare to not show up to CA people next time, I'll get an army and flatten the Qin manor. Yes, I'll come for sure. Qin Feng was now calm, and felt that he went overboard. He hurriedly pressed down Lu Bingbing's body with her back facing him. Chief Lu, don't move, I'm helping you put on medicine. Once she heard that Qin Feng wanted to help her put on medicine, could Lu Bingbing not move? The belt hit her in an awkward spot. Was she going to let Qin Feng touch her ass? Lu Bingbing immediately turned her body and was about to kick the perverted Qin Feng away, but she fell onto the ground first and immediately cried out in pain. This wasn't the first time Qin Feng saw Lu Bingbing in such a difficult situation. He wanted to laugh, but felt bad for laughing. He flipped her back over and forcefully controlled her, then sprinkled the elementary gold sore medicine powder onto her body. The 3 whips turned Lu Bingbing's pants into strips. Qin Feng suddenly didn't dare to continue provoking this mother tiger. He sprinkled the medicinal powder on her wound and said, Chief Lu, this medicinal powder is quite good. It's not convenient for me to rub the powder on for you, so you can rub it yourself. In a bit, it won't hurt. After he finished speaking, Qin Feng ran into the underbrush to the side. He remembered that he knocked out 5 people at first and wondered if they had escaped. Chapter 196. Chapter 196, Come to my office. Lu Bingbing lightly rubbed the medicinal powder onto her wound only when she saw that Qin Feng had walked far away. She rubbed her wound while internally cursing 18 generations of Qin Feng's ancestors. Chief Lu, are you done? Come here and take a look. At this time, Qin Feng's voice was heard. Lu Bingbing had already finished applying the medicine. She walked towards Qin Feng with a dissatisfied expression. What? Lu Bingbing responded unhappily. She didn't wait for Qin Feng's response. Her expression changed drastically and she immediately squatted on the ground to examine the 5 people Qin Feng beat into a pile. These people are... Lu Bingbing thought they hadn't caught anyone in their operation tonight. Who knew that Qin Feng captured 5 people? The anger she felt towards Qin Feng waned slightly. She had to admit that this guy was pretty dependable when it came to getting proper business done. Earlier, I thought these 5 were traffickers, but I just saw the scars from whips on their bodies. And it looks like they haven't washed or changed their clothes for quite a few days because they smell. I think this is probably because they've been captured by the traffickers, and they're the victims that they were preparing to smuggle. Stunned, Lu Bingbing looked towards Qin Feng. She realized that Qin Feng's investigative skills were quite strong. Lu Bingbing didn't know what to say about Qin Feng anymore because he had this kind of talent yet didn't serve the country as a cop. Instead, he became scum that accosted every beauty he saw. Lift these victims into the police car and bring them back to the station to see if we can get any leads from them. Chin Feng single-handedly loaded the 5 victims onto the police car. He packed 4 in the back row and 1 person in the front passenger seat. There now wasn't enough space for both Chin Feng and Lu Bingbing. Chin Feng, walk back yourself. Lu Bingbing looked at Chin Feng coldly and got into the car. She was pitifully whipped by Chin Feng tonight, so she now took her revenge on Chin Feng a bit. There's no need to mention how happy she was inside. However, she got into the car and came back out not 5 seconds later. With a darkened expression, she glared at Chin Feng and said, "Get in." Chin Feng knew Lu Bingbing wouldn't be able to leave without him. He smiled at her and said, "Chief Lu, why aren't you leaving? Cut the crap and get in the car." Lu Bingbing was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Chin Feng got into the driver's seat and smiled at Lu Bingbing, who was currently standing outside the car door. "Chief Lu, I know your bottom will hurt once you sit down. Hurry and get in, spread your legs, and sit on me. I will try my best to bring you home safely." Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth and glared at Chin Feng for a whole minute. In the end, she stomped and got into the car. Lu Bingbing sat in Chin Feng's embrace the whole way. Her weight was held up by her legs, and suspended her bottom because it would hurt. This way, she couldn't help but hug Chin Feng's neck for support. Chin Feng propped up his chin on Lu Bingbing's shoulder to see the road. He drove with one hand and the other hand was wrapped around Lu Bingbing's small, full waist to prevent her from falling. Chin Feng thought this ride went by in the blink of an eye. Lu Bingbing felt as though this ride lasted a whole lifetime. Lu Bingbing immediately rose to exit the police car once they arrived at the police station. Her charming face was completely red. When she got to the station, she called over a couple of her inferiors and lifted these victims into the police station. Not long later, these 5 victims woke up one by one. Lu Bingbing questioned them personally and discovered that they didn't know one another. They were people of the lowest class that had come from other places to work and rented places to live in various suburban districts. The 5 of them were suddenly abducted at night when they were going home. After waking up, they found themselves locked in a large black house with a total of 38 people inside. Tonight they were going to get shipped out to who knew where to do who knew what. This inquiry took over an hour. Lu Bingbing's expression became increasingly heavy. She didn't find any useful leads. Instead, everything became even more jumbled. This large-scale trafficking group's goal was extremely unclear. Lu Bingbing couldn't figure out why they were abducting people. Lu Bingbing previously solved several small-scale criminal group cases in the past, and they either kidnapped children to a remote mountainous region and sold them, abducted women, took them to places of entertainment, and forced them into prostitution, or abducted people to sell their organs. But this time, this group of traffickers were extremely capable and abducted old and young alike. One could say that they were non-discriminatory in regards to age. But that wasn't the strangest thing. According to the 5 victims, they were locked in a little black house and saw quite a few dead people, who knew how long the corpses were there for. And the traffickers even brought along the corpses in their operation tonight. They're even smuggling dead people? What are these criminals trying to do? Lu Bingbing couldn't understand this question. Once he returned to the company, Chin Feng's life resumed to its extreme mundanity. Su Ruoro continued to be busy from day to night. She made phone calls at all times without taking any breaks, and when she got back to the Chin Manor, she stayed up deep into the night making charts. Chin Feng had no idea what she was so busy doing. Because Chin Feng thought there was nothing to be busy about. That Li Yuchen deliberated for a week but still provided no response, so Chin Feng had no hope in her response anymore. He thought something went wrong and wanted to find it and fix it, so his luck with women would return. But what went wrong? Chin Feng really didn't understand. The day was split in two, the first involved playing games, and the second involved a long nap. Before he knew it, the day was already over. When work was over, Chin Feng stood and prepared to go home. He deliberately slowed down to wait a bit for Su Ruoro, but this last didn't even lift her head. She continued to work painstakingly. With a sigh, Chin Feng grabbed his blazer and left. Not long after he left, Su Ruoro raised her head. Pain and disappointment filled her clear eyes. She weighed Chin Feng slowly disappearing back and wanted to rush after him and grab his arm. Though they only hadn't spoken for a week, Su Ruoro felt that a lifetime had passed. She suddenly really missed eating with Chin Feng, getting teased by him at work, and the feeling of sitting on his icon 28 bicycle home after work. She lapsed into a daze as she thought about these fond memories, but what could she do now that events had progressed to this stage? She could only quietly pack up on her own, stand, and squeeze into that annoying bus and train. Ruoro, come to my office. Su Ruoro had just gotten to the doorway when Wang Chao's eerie voice drifted from behind her. This voice was like that of a demon's reverberating through her brain. She suddenly halted in her steps. She really didn't want to go to Wang Chao's office, but she didn't have the guts to just leave. Ruoro, are you deaf? Get here right now. Wang Chao yelled when he saw that Su Ruoro didn't react. Chapter 197. Chapter 197, Getting Too Far into the Act. It was now half an hour after work was over, so there was no one else in the sales department lobby. Su Ruoro immediately thought of last time when Wang Chao also stopped her after work and wanted to disrespect her. That time, if Chin Feng didn't come in time, Su Ruoro would have been in trouble. Wang Chao's second shout scared Su Ruoro so much that her entire body trembled. She extended her hand and felt the inside of her bag. A soft and furry little head poked out. It was the Pikachu Chin Feng gifted to her. Because she was amidst a cold war with Chin Feng these past couple of days, Su Ruoro felt really lonely. She brought Pikachu to work every day so she could at least feel a sliver of safety and reliability. Pikachu. Pikachu extended its soft pink tongue, licked Su Ruoro's hand, and revealed a brilliant smile. Su Ruoro's worried heart gradually relaxed. She clenched her teeth and headed into Wang Chao's office. Group leader Wang, why you were looking for me? Su Ruoro intentionally left the door to the office open and stood at the entrance. Wang Chao glared harshly at Su Ruoro and reprimanded, "Are you standing at the doorway to be a door god? Come in." Su Ruoro lowered her head and walked into the office. Wang Chao immediately shut the door and leaned on it. He looked coldly at Su Ruoro. "Ruoro, 3 days from now is the day for the end of the month sales evaluation in the sales department. I've already decided that I'll fire the person that's ranked last on the list. Ruoro, you're in danger." Su Ruoro trembled slightly and said nervously, "Group leader Wang, I've been working really hard recently to improve my performance. I haven't even talked to other coworkers during work. I'm sure you've seen that." Wang Chao naturally paid attention to Su Ruoro's recent performance. He saw that she didn't pay attention to Chin Feng and the two slowly drifted apart. Wang Chao was extremely pleased. "Ruoro, from what I see, you've just entered society and you're still too foolish." Wang Chao's manner of speaking mellowed a bit and he said, "You think that in a company as large as Royal Group, if you're merely hardworking, upper management and leadership will acknowledge and recognize you?" Wang Chao had a look of disappointment. He shook his head. "Our Royal Group has over 1,000 employees. Can you thump your chest and guarantee that you're the most hardworking one?" Roro, you're going about things the wrong way. If you want someone in upper management to notice you, don't be hardworking and wait for him to see you. You have to take the initiative to curry favor with this leader so they know you and are aware of your existence. This is what they call the study of one of the 8 chakras of the human body in the workplace. Wang Chao put on airs as if he were talking about general truths. Who is your superior? Isn't it me? You have to learn how to curry favor with me. Think about it, if you have a good relationship with me, even if you're last place in the sales department sales rankings, if we have a certain leveled relationship, would I fire you? And think about the flip side. You usually purposely preserve a relationship with me like I'm some sort of bad guy, so even if you're on the top of the monthly rankings in the sales department, do you think I wouldn't find some excuse to fire you? Oh Roro, I've said so much to you, you probably understand. Wang Chao's gaze fell on Su Roro's body, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Group leader Wang, I understand. Su Roro understood all of this, but she wouldn't do that because she had a baseline. At this time, she could only go along with Wang Chao and think of a way to leave as quickly as possible. Wang Chao misunderstood Su Roro and thought she already gotten everything straight due to the week's worth of stress she had undergone. His face bloomed with a smile as he unbuckled his belt and looked at Su Roro. Roro, look, how did my belt fall? Help me fasten it. Su Roro looked up. She saw Wang Chao undoing his belt and even unzipping the zipper on his pants. She said promptly in a fluster, Group leader Wang, don't be like this. I want to go home. Wang Chao's face immediately fell. He held up his pants and walked towards Su Roro while reprimanding her. Roro, do you not want to work here anymore? Your group leader Wang only asked you to help with one little thing and you're not willing to do it. What's wrong with helping me pull my zipper and fastening my belt? Last time, Wang Chao almost violated Su Roro, so she was really vigilant. She immediately ran to a corner and hid from Wang Chao. Wang Chao looked at Su Roro's alluring body and charming face. He couldn't resist it a long time ago, and the beast inside him burst out. He pounced at her. Pikachu! Suddenly, a yellow shadow was like lightning and passed by with a flash. Wang Chao immediately cried out pitifully once he felt the sharp claw digging into his neck. Fuck, what the fuck is this? Pikachu already dropped to the ground and stood defensively in front of Su Roro. He originally had guts as small as a mouse, but when he saw that his owner was in danger, he stood out courageously. The hairs on his body stood up like he was electrocuted, and he glared fiercely at Wang Chao with bared teeth. At this time, Wang Chao saw Pikachu clearly. Though he couldn't tell what kind of animal he was, Pikachu was still the size of half a basketball, so he evidently wouldn't scare Wang Chao. He touched his neck and became extremely angry the instant he saw the fresh blood on his hand. He kicked Pikachu and sent him flying into the office wall, where he slid down limply. Pikachu! Su Roro was so shocked that she turned pale. She immediately hugged Pikachu, but no matter how she called on him, he didn't respond. It seemed like it was dead. An unnamed feeling arose in her heart, and this feeling seemed to have been suppressed inside her for far too long, so long that she already forgot she could get angry and indignant. Wang Chao, why did you hurt my pet? You won't die a natural death. Even Su Roro didn't know where she got this courage from. She suddenly picked up a file from the table and threw it at Wang Chao's head. Wang Chao was still in a daze. The plastic file struck his eyes, and it hurt so much that he covered his eyes, squatted on the ground, and cried pitifully. Su Roro took this chance to immediately open the locked door and run out. She ran while holding Pikachu and crying, Pikachu, you can't die. I'm bringing you home right now. I'm taking you to Qin Feng, he'll certainly find a way to save and awaken you. This was Su Ruoro's first time ever calling a cab. She spent 78 yuan riding from the company to the Qin Manor. Her little heart was still hurting, but to quickly save Pikachu, she gritted her teeth, paid the bill, and ran back to the Qin Manor. Qin Feng. Once Su Ruoro got to the third floor, she wildly yelled Qin Feng's name. She suddenly realized that she hadn't yelled those two words in a really, really long time. Ruoro, what's wrong? Qin Feng ran out of his room. It was the first time he had seen Su Ruoro so anxious. Qin Feng. What? Pikachu's about to die. Su Ruoro cried the whole way back, so her eyes were red and swollen. Qin Feng immediately tugged Su Ruoro into his room and took Pikachu from her arms. Right when he carried him, Qin Feng saw Pikachu stick his tongue out mischievously. He was so shocked that he almost threw Pikachu. Ruoro, you're certain Pikachu is about to die? Qin Feng asked suspiciously. Su Ruoro was still wiping her tears with a lovely, moving, and pitiful expression. She said anxiously, Qin Feng, I was playing with Pikachu on the road, and accidentally let him fall from a high place. After falling, he didn't get up. He won't wake up however I call on him. Su Ruoro still kept the Wang Chao situation to herself. She didn't want Qin Feng to offend Wang Chao and get fired in consequence. To Qin Feng, Su Ruoro didn't look like she was pretending. Then, he lowered his head to look at Pikachu. This brat was winking mischievously. Master, Pikachu said he's completely fine. The reality is that Su Ruoro was in a cold war with you recently, but she can't take it anymore, so she wants to make up with you. However, women are sensitive and she feels embarrassed, so she found this excuse. So this was the case. Qin Feng had an expression of realization and was instantly tricked by Little Pig and Pikachu together. How could he not be worried about Pikachu? He directly tossed this large rat onto the bed and arrived in front of Su Ruoro. He lightly picked up her hand and brought her to sit on the side of the bed. He suddenly placed his hands on Su Ruoro's black stocking-clad thighs with a self-satisfied expression. I haven't touched your thighs in a long time, but they still feel just as familiar. Su Ruoro was slightly stunned. She immediately shifted her bottom, moved Qin Feng's hand away, and looked at him with dissatisfaction. Qin Feng, don't be like this. Did you forget what I told you before? Just quickly look and see how Pikachu is doing. Qin Feng was briefly stunned and immediately revealed a knowing smile. Women, they were really sensitive. Weak women like Su Ruoro were even more shy. Since she used the pretense of Pikachu's wounds to trick him, then he'd have to play along with her show until the end in order to help her preserve face. Ruoro, I've taken a look at Pikachu's wounds and they really aren't small. Qin Feng took the initiative to sit down. He held Su Ruoro's soft and small hand with a serious expression. Su Ruoro was so shocked that she stood immediately and hugged the Pikachu on the bed tightly. Her tears fell with splatters. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Pikachu and I let him get hurt so badly. Qin Feng, you have a way of healing Pikachu, right? Help him. He hasn't awoken after falling. Qin Feng opened his mouth and felt like he wanted to swallow his fist. Was there a need to act so earnestly? Wasn't she just using the pretense of Pikachu's injury to mend their relationship? Why is she crying, and crying so dramatically? Qin Feng no longer had the confidence to act with a movie queen-leveled actress like Su Ruoro. Qin Feng, why aren't you saying anything? Su Ruoro cried and looked at Qin Feng reproachfully. Qin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead and immediately understood. Chapter 198. Chapter 198, jump out the window right now. This Su-ro-ro really knew how to play. She was clearly pretending to cry and pretending to be sad so he would hug and comfort her. After the two of them interacted intimately, feelings would naturally return and everything would be subsequently resolved. The act would be done, and the two of them will have mended their relationship. Ro-ro, don't cry. You're crying so much that my little heart is going to be broken. Qin Feng wrapped Su-ro-ro in his arms, took her hands and rubbed them on his chest. Su-ro-ro indignantly flung Qin Feng's hands away and punched his chest. She carried Pikachu and walked out the door. Qin Feng, why are you so improper even at this time? If you don't want to save Pikachu then forget it, I'll go find him a veterinarian. After Su-ro-ro said she wanted to find a veterinarian for Pikachu, Qin Feng saw the big rat's face darken. Su-ro-ro already ran out while panting. Qin Feng was slightly shocked and wondered to himself, that's not good enough. Maybe after not being with him for so many days, her emotions were hard to endure, so she needed stronger methods than usual to satisfy her. Ro-ro, I know how to heal him. I will heal this big rat. Qin Feng immediately took chase. He arrived behind Su-ro-ro and carried her princess style. He ran back into his room, tossed her onto his bed, and pressed down on her. Ro-ro, walk closely. Today I'm going to fiercely heal this large rat and subdue him with my power. Qin Feng revealed a vulgar smile and already removed his top. Su-ro-ro was so shocked that she couldn't speak. After she came to, she bit Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng jumped in pain. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. I'll hit you. Su-ro-ro already jumped off the bed and stared at Qin Feng with alarm while holding Pikachu. Qin Feng looked at his red, bitten nipple and thought to himself, this lass has a really accurate bite. Ro-ro, just tell me directly what I can do to coordinate with your role. Qin Feng leaned on the pillow and looked helplessly at Su-ro-ro. He always thought he was an acting king that fully deserved his title, but today, he met his ma in Su-ro-ro and could only have the guts to say he was only fit to be someone that played small roles. What are you saying? Who's acting with you? Su-ro-ro stared at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction. She pursed her lips and said angrily, I'll ask you one last time, are you going to help save Pikachu or not? If not, I'm going out. Qin Feng's lips tweed, he really couldn't understand what Su-ro-ro was thinking. He was quiet for a while, then his eyes brightened and he said with a happy smile, Ro-ro, I can save Pikachu. I've suddenly thought of a way to do so. Su-ro-ro's clear eyes brightened and she immediately asked, how? Last time, I accidentally dropped Pikachu from the 3rd floor. At the time, he lost consciousness from the fall. Afterwards, I didn't bother with him and just weighed television. When I was weighing the passionate kiss scene between the male and female leads, this large rat came back to life on his own. It jumped around the television in a lively manner. He really liked the fervent kissing scene. Qin Feng, you're fooling around again. Su-ro-ro carried Pikachu, instinctively took 2 steps back, and stared at Qin Feng with alarm. Look at the time, why would I lie to you? Qin Feng said calmly, Pikachu was made from my hands, he's even dearer to me than a son I gave birth to, why wouldn't I care if he lived or died? If I could take out my heart and show you, you would see that it's already torn to shreds. Then hurry and turn on the TV, find a channel with a kiss scene, and we'll try it out. When she saw Qin Feng's serious expression, Su-ro-ro decided to try it out. No, it looks like Pikachu is about to die. I'm afraid we don't have time to flip channel by channel to find that kind of plot. I'm afraid we won't make it, aw, my poor big rat. You haven't even come into the world for a month and you have to go. You have such a hard life. Qin Feng had a sorrowful expression and was about to rub saliva into his eyes. Qin Feng, why don't we try? Su Ruorope said through clenched teeth in order to save Pikachu. Okay, let's hurry and start. Just a second ago, Qin Feng was still grieved and heartbroken, but now he excitedly tugged Su Ruorope onto the bed. He hugged her small, full waist and was about to kiss her. Qin Feng, didn't you say we were kissing? Why are you touching my chest? Qin Feng was about to kiss her, but Su Ruorope suddenly pushed him angrily away. She glared at him. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. He took his hand away from Su Ruorope's chest with a bit of unwillingness and said with a smile, "Ha, I was just setting up that loving atmosphere before a kiss. Time is of the essence, let's hurry and kiss." While speaking, Qin Feng pulled Su Ruorope into his embrace. This time, he didn't place his hand on her chest, he placed it on her thigh and touched it while leaning towards Su Ruorope's alluring small mouth. Pikachu! Pikachu yelled once he saw that their lips were less than a centimeter away from one another and about to touch. Qin Feng could even smell Su Ruorope's fragrant breath. Not only did he yell, this large rat jumped excitedly on them. Su Ruorope immediately pushed Qin Feng away and hugged Pikachu emotionally. She shouted happily, "Qin Feng, it's true, Pikachu really did wake up. That method really does work." Qin Feng shook his head awkwardly and secretly glared at Pikachu. This brat didn't know how to cooperate. Pikachu stuck out his tongue and had the wacky expression of someone asking for a beating. "Master," Pikachu said, "you're vulgar and he misjudged you." Qin Feng's heart was hurting and Little Pig added another stab to it. It took a lot of effort for him to control his emotions. Once he did, he smiled at Su Ruorope and said, "Ruorope, look, should we finish up doing what we were doing at first?" Su Ruorope saw Pikachu awaken, and she was in the middle of screwing his furry little stomach. Pikachu was extremely happy. She said nonchalantly, "What? I wasn't going to do anything with you." Qin Feng's chest hurt again, and he was then treated like air. He could only wah as Su Ruorope had a sweet smile and was as beautiful as an angel. It's just that the prince with a white horse that she was close to wasn't Qin Feng. It wasn't even a person, it was a big, mischievous rat. Pikachu said Qin Feng was vulgar, yet he was in the middle of doing something even more vulgar. Qin Feng watched Pikachu happily travel from Su Ruorope's black, stocking-clad thigh to her legs. He went into her black skirt for a good while, then suddenly appeared out of the collar of Su Ruorope's white blouse. This brat buried half of himself into Su Ruorope's sexy ravine, stuck its head out, and smiled provocatively at Qin Feng. Then he looked at Qin Feng while sticking out his soft pink tongue to lick the fair flesh of Su Ruorope's chest. What made him even more angry was that not only did Su Ruorope not stop Pikachu's philandering actions, she even chortled continuously and indulged in Pikachu's vile behavior. Qin Feng couldn't continue to wah. He arrived beside Su Ruorope with a huff and extended his hand to pluck Pikachu away. "Ruorope, this large rat hasn't been listening, how could he lick and go into places randomly? Why don't I lock him up? If you like being licked, how about I help you with that?" Su Ruorope immediately leaned away, escaped from Qin Feng's grasp and lovingly petted Pikachu's little head. She pouted and said, "No, I like little Pai licking me, and I like kissing him." Su Ruorope and Qin Feng had a cold war these past couple of days, and Pikachu was the one by her side. Every night she was sprawled in her room staying up into the early morning hours. Pikachu accompanied her while sprawled obediently on her shoulder. When Su Ruorope was in trouble, Pikachu bravely stood out to help. Su Ruorope loved him too much to part with him, and already treated him as if he were her own son. "Qin Feng, why don't you give me this Pikachu?" Su Ruorope suddenly looked at Qin Feng and said earnestly. Qin Feng nodded. With Su Ruoro's weak personality, it was right to leave Pikachu by her side to protect her. Then you can have him. But in the future, this large rat might look different when it gets older, so don't be startled by how he looks after the transformation. Maybe he might look like a bat. Pikachu! Pikachu complained indignantly. Then he licked Su Ruoro's chest tens of times in front of Qin Feng, and tickled Su Ruoro into rolling around on the bed. Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoro's mussed clothes that revealed her small, full, and sexy waist and her black skirt that was already rolled at her waist, revealing her raised little behind. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Ruoro, if I jump from the 3rd floor right now, would you allow me to get into your thighs and lick your chest as well? If you agree, I'll jump out the window right now." Qin Feng said extremely earnestly. After speaking, he realized that Su Ruoro simply ignored him. Qin Feng discovered that he hadn't eaten dinner so happily for a good while. After all, he could once again eat dinner while secretly touching Su Ruoro's thighs. Su Ruoro once again returned to her cautious state while eating dinner. Though she already lived in the Qin manor for half a month, she was still nervous and afraid every time she ate at the same table as Chairman Qin and Assistant Han. She was afraid Han Ying and Chairman Qin would see Qin Feng touching her thighs. I'm done eating. Chairman Qin, older sister Ying, Qin Feng, I'm going upstairs to work. Su Ruoro couldn't take it anymore and immediately found an excuse to run away. After she left, Han Ying sat naturally next to Qin Feng and continued to eat with the Qin father and son. Qin Huang and Han Ying talked about some company matters. When his gaze suddenly fell on Qin Feng, he spoke with seriousness. "Fenger, the sales department's month-end performance evaluation is in 3 days. You were in the company for half a month, have you gotten any clients?" "I got one," Qin Feng thought to himself and said earnestly. Last time Sun Yi came to Royal Group to buy a house and Qin Feng sold him the Cloud City Hua Manor's worst villa, number 4 of Building 4, for 15 million yuan. That should be considered a client. Qin Huang didn't know about this. He thought Qin Feng was talking back to him, so he said unhappily, "You brat, when can you be more serious? You've come to the company for half a month and you haven't gotten a single customer. You really never give me a break." Qin Feng ate while instinctively extending his hand towards Su Ruoro, beside him to touch her thigh. He said earnestly, "Chairman Qin, I told you that I got a client." Qin Huang's face darkened angrily. He was about to reprimand Qin Feng when he heard Han Ying cry out with surprise. "Ah!" This sound was a bit charming, and it scared Qin Feng and Qin Huang. Chapter 199. Chapter 199, End of the Cold War. At this time, Qin Feng realized that Su Ruoro already went upstairs and he had just touched Han Ying's thigh. And since Han Ying sat at a position slightly different from Su Ruoro, Qin Feng touched under Han Ying's skirt according to the usual distance and touched a really mysterious location. When Qin Huang came to his senses, he looked under the table and shook his head helplessly. "You two are like this in the office and can't even hold it while eating. You two should learn from that girl Su Ruoro, she's so hardworking." After speaking, Qin Feng shook his head and went upstairs. "Qin Feng, you pervert." After Qin Huang left, Han Ying glared at Qin Feng and left with a huff. Qin Feng looked at his right hand that had just accidentally touched under Han Ying's skirt and was distracted for a good while. He suddenly placed it on his nose and sniffed. It was fragrant indeed. Then he nodded with satisfaction and continued to eat dinner happily. After eating, Qin Feng happily knocked on Su Ruoro's door. "Who is it?" Su Ruoro's nervous voice quickly passed through from the room. Other than Qin Feng, no one would look for her so late into the night. Are you sleeping, little sister Ruoro? Qin Feng smiled. Though they were separated by the door and she couldn't see Qin Feng, she could picture his vulgar smile just by hearing his voice. She immediately said, I am sleeping. Little sister Ruoro hasn't slept yet. Then that's perfect, I want to talk to you about some work things. Qin Feng smiled shamelessly. Su Ruoro's face darkened. She repeated louder, Qin Feng, I've already gone to sleep. Since little sister Ruoro doesn't even want to help me with something small, then it seems that I'll have to take Pikachu back tomorrow, Qin Feng said casually. Ka-cha. The room door suddenly opened and Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He saw Su Ruoro wearing pink pajamas with cartoons on them. She stood at the doorway with dissatisfaction. Qin Feng naturally touched Su Ruoro's little head, walked into the room and closed the door. Little sister Ruoro, it's so late and you still aren't sleeping. If you're like this, how can I sleep? Su Ruoro complained. Qin Feng instantly became serious. He took Su Ruoro's hand and tugged her to sit on her large and fragrant bed. Ruoro, what you're saying right now is incorrect, you told me to look for you tonight. Su Ruoro immediately looked wronged. When did I tell you to look for me? Qin Feng, don't speak nonsense. Qin Feng tossed Su Ruoro's hand away and said with a look of propriety, this young lady. You look young and beautiful, how could you casually lie and play with people? You clearly fiercely slapped my hand thrice during dinner and went back to the room first. Were you not hinting at me to come to your room late at night? This is the same as in Journey to the West when Master Pewdie hit the monkey's head thrice with the disciplinary rod. I just thought 3 in the morning was too late, and that it would be detrimental to your reputation if news got out about a man coming into your room at night. So, I came earlier. How could you not admit the truth? Su Ruoro was on the verge of going crazy. She had never seen a man more shameless than Qin Feng. She hit Qin Feng's hand 3 times during dinner clearly because that brat's hand was dishonest and kept groping her leg. And she was only forced to retreat to her room early because of Qin Feng's dishonest hand. In reality, she hadn't eaten her fill at dinner tonight. Qin Feng, let's make up. Suddenly, Su Ruoro's expression became extremely serious. She looked at Qin Feng with her large, clear eyes that glistened with tears. Sorry, I shouldn't have said those mean things, I don't actually think that way. Qin Feng, I really miss you. Sometimes, thinking about a person is unrelated to physical distance. Even when he sits right next to you, you still feel an incomparable sense of longing. Though the two were in a cold war for almost a week, Qin Feng hadn't changed. He was still the same Qin Feng that was both vulgar and cared about her, that had a dishonest hand and loved to joke around, that was frivolous externally but would never harm her in reality. He was the Qin Feng Su Ruoro was familiar with, and her one and only Qin Feng. The emotions that Su Ruoro suppressed for a week burst out. She looked at the familiar and open Qin Feng, and suddenly threw herself into his embrace, hugged his neck tightly, and cried with tears like pear flowers. She put her mouth beside Qin Feng's ear and quietly repeated, Qin Feng, I really, really missed you. Qin Feng was briefly stunned, and his heartbeat quickened. When he regained his senses, he tightly hugged Su Ruoro's small waist. The two of them hugged one another tightly and said nothing else. All one could hear was Su Ruoro's sobs and the endlessly repeating, Qin Feng, I really missed you. After Su Ruoro experienced this Cold War, she found how important Qin Feng's position was in her heart. Her relationship with him was strange. He was both like an older brother that cared about her heart, and a lover that cared about her body. No matter what role he held, Su Ruoro now accepted and came to depend on him. Ruoro, did something happen recently? Tell me, don't keep it all bottled to yourself. Qin Feng already became serious and lightly wiped Su Ruo's tears. He took her charming face in both his hands and spoke to her seriously. Su Ruo didn't dare look at Qin Feng's eyes and didn't want to bring up the Wang Chao situation. But, as she now already understood, even if she worked hard all day and all night, even if she heeded Wang Chao's words and didn't interact with Qin Feng, if she didn't give Wang Chao her body, he would still find a way to torment her. If he wanted, he could fire her at any time. Su Ruo didn't want to be so worn out, and did not want to go against her heart. She wanted to revert back to happily going to and from work like before. She hugged Qin Feng's neck tightly, buried her head into his shoulder, and said quietly, "Qin Feng, I'm fine. Beginning from tomorrow night, continue helping me intensify my training, help me strengthen my personality, okay?" This time, Su Ruo took the initiative to suggest Qin Feng help fix her weak personality because she found that Qin Feng's teachings clearly made a difference. If not for Qin Feng, she would not have burst out in Wang Chao's office that afternoon or had the guts to smash him with the folder. She felt that she should change, and she also wanted to use this training opportunity to be with Qin Feng more. Su Ruo unknowingly began to depend on Qin Feng's companionship in her life. "Ruo, I'm really happy for you. I'm glad you've come to this realization." Qin Feng was so excited that he kissed her forehead. Su Ruo just lowered her head, blushed, and looked shy and moving. She was silent for a while and suddenly thought of something. Now that she made up with Qin Feng, she felt that she shouldn't hide anything from him. "Qin Feng, I have to tell you something." Su Ruo looked at Qin Feng with a bit of guilt. "I told General Manager Li about your identity." "What?" Qin Feng was suddenly stunned and his brain almost couldn't process what happened. He felt that this situation was really complicated, extremely complicated. A while later, he grabbed Su Ruo's arms and asked, "Ruo, you told Li Yuchen my identity." "What identity?" "Just your identity as a member of the Qin household." Su Ruo said carefully, "But don't worry, I just said you and I were members of the Qin household, but I didn't explicitly reveal your identity as young Master Qin's personal attendant." "Why did you talk to her about these things?" Qin Feng's luck in the romance department was really, really bad recently. He knew something went wrong, and he just had to fix whatever that was and he'd be able to beckon and have women come or go. Now that he and Su Ruo made up, he knew that Li Yuchen was going to be in his grasp soon. General Manager Li took the initiative to ask me that time she called me into her office. She even asked me for a way to contact young Master Qin. Su Ruo was like a little child who had done something wrong and felt aggrieved. "So you gave her young Master Qin's QQ?" Qin Feng had an expression of surprise. He finally understood. This relationship was indeed too complicated. The whole time, Su Ruo thought Qin Feng was young Master Qin's close attendant. In fact, she didn't know that young Master Qin's QQ was Qin Feng's. She misunderstood this relationship and made Li Yuchen misunderstand it as well. Li Yuchen now thought Qin Feng was Qin Feng, and young Master Qin was young Master Qin. No wonder Li Yuchen was unrestrained and fiery hot at night but cold and icy towards Qin Feng at work. Qin Feng instantly understood everything. Su Ruo nodded nervously and suddenly looked towards Qin Feng and said quietly, "Qin Feng, why you wouldn't blame me, right?" Ruo, you've committed a grave mistake, so of course I have to ferociously discipline you." Qin Feng smiled vulgarly. How could he blame Su Ruo? He didn't even have enough time to thank her. He pressed Su Ruo onto the bed and kissed her on the lips, wildly licking her small mouth. Su Ruo was badly shocked by Qin Feng's actions. She closed her mouth tightly and shook her head. Qin Feng's hands pressed on Su Ruoro's chest with her pajamas still separating them, and he looked at Su Ruoro heatedly. Ruoro, I want to get on you. Ah! After Su Ruoro screamed, her brain went blank and her whole body froze. There was just a small voice in her heart telling her, no, not now. Qin Feng, let go of me, I can't give it to you right now. Su Ruoro suddenly pushed Qin Feng away, pulled the blankets to cover herself, and looked as though she suffered a fright. Qin Feng's frivolous expression immediately became serious. He stood by the bed and said, Ruoro, you performed extremely well at first. When you encounter this kind of scenario where someone wants to forcibly take your body, you have to coldly shove him away and violently kick his nether regions and end his family line. Su Ruoro stared blankly and asked dumbly, Qin Feng, were you training me at first? Of course. Would I randomly do those kinds of vulgar things? Qin Feng said extremely earnestly, it's called intensified training, so it's not dependent on scene or location. I won't tell you clearly that I'm about to start beforehand. We can only see your true reactions when these things happen suddenly and at any time. Su Ruoro said nothing. She was afraid that if she said the truth, it would be really painful. Ruoro, then rest earlier. Tomorrow night we'll begin the next round of intensified training. As for the scene, let's do the pervert on the bus. After speaking, Qin Feng immediately ran out of Su Ruoro's room and returned to his own. There was still one more important thing he had to do. Once he climbed into bed, Qin Feng took the initiative to send a message to Li Yuchen's QQ. Beautiful, are you asleep? Chapter 200. Chapter 200, Eyes Are Crooked. These days, Li Yuchen slept really late. She kept deliberating whether or not she wanted to accept young Master Qin's abnormal request. She personally could not accept being with two men, but these past couple of days, she kept getting calls from her mother urging her to get married, so she was extremely vexed. At this time, Li Yuchen finished showering and lay on her bed in her pajamas. She stared at the night view outside her window in a daze when her phone rang. After she saw young Master Qin's QQ notification, Li Yuchen glued her cell phone tightly. She knew she would have to make a decision tonight because young Master Qin's temper wasn't that good. I haven't gone to sleep yet. Young Master Qin, it's so late, you're still not sleeping. Li Yuchen responded while biting her lip and thinking hard. Beautiful, how did you take an interest in me? Once Qin Feng received the notification, he immediately replied. After getting the truth from Su Ruoro just now, Qin Feng then knew the person Li Yuchen was interested in was young Master Qin, not the normal sales representative Qin Feng. With this, he began a new topic of conversation with Li Yuchen. I have my reasons, Li Yuchen replied. Can you tell me? Li Yuchen didn't think young Master Qin would take the initiative to talk to her about other things. In the end, she gritted her teeth and simply told young Master Qin the truth. It would be best if he could accept it, and if he couldn't, Li Yuchen could only let go. She still could not accept fooling around with two men, she already gave her all. Young Master Qin. The truth is, my mother insists upon me marrying into a rich family. The Qin family is considered the wealthiest in Acropolis City, so my mom wants me to marry you. I also really want to marry into the Qin family, so I took the initiative to contact you. Do you have those kinds of feelings towards me? After Qin Feng saw this reply, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He thought Li Yuchen's mother was too cute. This was a good mother that cared about her daughter. But going back to the matter at hand, Qin Feng asked about Li Yuchen's familial and marital situation in detail because he had a quest regarding her to help Li Yuchen rid herself of marriage and treaty headaches. Now that he knew the reason for this quest, Qin Feng was very happy because he felt that this quest would soon be completed. This was a reward of 2,000 hedonist points. In addition to his current total of 1,100 hedonist points, he'd then have 3,100 points and could buy the murder essential wind blade technique. Beauty, I have a good idea that can help you find a good life partner and also help you rid yourself of Auntie's marriage entreaty headaches. Qin Feng thought for a while and his fingers flitted across his phone. I'm sure you've heard of my reputation. I'm a dissolute, unruly idler. A rich young master like me isn't a good marriage partner, and I never thought of marrying so early. But, I have a great recommendation for you, would you be interested? After seeing Qin Feng's message, Li Yuqin replied with a bit of disappointment, Who, young Master Qin? One of my distant relatives, his name is Qin Feng. I think right now my dad assigned him to work at the royal group and he's working up from the lowest position as a sales representative. But his family background isn't bad at all, and he's a Qin household member. If you two hit it off, you'd also be marrying into a rich family. Qin Feng smiled vulgarly after sending this message. Qin Feng. After seeing young Master Qin's message, Li Yuqin was so shocked that she almost threw her phone. She felt as though her brain capacity was inadequate to process this. This relationship was becoming more and more complicated. She was lifeless for a couple of minutes, then continued to respond, Young Master Qin, did you reveal my messages to Qin Feng right from the beginning? Yeah, I have too many girls around me. Anyhow, I don't have time to play with you, so I just tossed you to that guy, Qin Feng replied. Li Yuqin immediately understood. No wonder Qin Feng was so gusty at work that time and directly touched her ass. Everything now made sense. Li Yuqin breathed in deeply and reined in her anger. It's true her mother forced her to take the initiative to flirt with young Master Qin, but who knew young Master Qin would play with her, toss her to that pervert Qin Feng like trash, and not tell her? If she didn't take the initiative to ask young Master Qin, who knew how long she would be kept in the dark for? Excuse me, but I'm not going to accompany you in your rich people games. Li Yuqin replied angrily. Qin Feng was not worried when he saw the message. He leisurely responded, Beauty, don't be angry, I gave you a suggestion to help you stop Auntie from forcing you to get married. You can bring that guy Qin Feng back home, pretend he's young Master Qin, then trick your mother and you'll no longer have to worry about her forcing you to get married. After Li Yuqin saw the message, she was slightly moved, but my mother searched up young Master Qin's pictures before, so I can't use someone else to pretend to be him. Hey, you really are naive. How are those pictures on the internet me? In order to prevent enemies from hurting me, my father randomly put up a picture of my bodyguard. In reality, all of the people in Acropolis have heard of me, but less than 100 people have actually seen what I really look like. Li Yuqin used to think that the person on the internet was young Master Qin, so she was surprised when she found out the truth. She thought for a long while and felt that this plan could work, but it came too suddenly and she couldn't decide so quickly. Young Master Qin, let me think about it for 3 days. Alright, contact me any time after you've thought it through. That guy Qin Feng is really great, I grew up with him. How could I put this? I haven't seen any man as outstanding as him. When Li Yuqin saw this message, the corner of her lips twitched violently. In any case, after knowing Qin Feng for so long, she hadn't discovered any merits on him at all. Qin Feng and Su Ruoro made up completely, and sat intimately together eating breakfast. After they were done eating, the two walked out of the Qin manor shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng pushed his 28 bicycle, carried Su Ruoro onto it, then held her waist with one hand and the bicycle with the other as he rushed towards Royal Group. Oh, Group Leader Wang, you're so fashionable. Are you cosplaying a pirate captain? Qin Feng held Su Ruoro's hand and had just walked into the sales department lobby. When he saw Wang Chao with gauze covering one eye, he couldn't help but laugh. When Wang Chao saw Su Ruoro and Qin Feng walking so intimately, he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. What cosplay? He was already an adult, and so old that he didn't even know what cosplay was. His eye got injured when Su Ruoro threw the folder at him yesterday. The doctor said in order to protect his eye from infection, he had to stick a large piece of gauze on and cover one entire eye. He looked like a one-eyed person. Humph. The monthly evaluations are soon. Be cocky, you brat. I'm afraid that after the evaluations, you won't have the opportunity to step into royal group again. Wang Chao glared coldly at Qin Feng. Because he only had one eye, when he looked at Qin Feng, it seemed as though he was looking and talking to Su Ruoro. Qin Feng's expression fell and he said coldly, "Group leader Wang, I was joking with you, why are you being so fierce towards our Ruoro? Would you believe me if I told you I would whip you right now?" Su Ruoro already became another one of Qin Feng's people. Other than himself, no one could bully Su Ruoro. Wang Chao's face darkened and he glared fiercely at Qin Feng. "Are you blind? Your elder's glaring at you." Qin Feng clapped a hand on Wang Chao's shoulder. The enormous strength made Wang Chao feel as though his shoulder was about to get dislodged. "I already warned you not to glare at our Ruoro, why aren't you listening my advice?" Wang Chao had the desire to run Qin Feng over. He really did glare at Qin Feng both times earlier. However, he quickly understood. It was probably because he only had one eye right now. From Qin Feng's view, his gaze was a bit off and he glared at Su Ruoro. He spoke to Qin Feng again. "Stinking brat, hurry and move your hand away." Qin Feng saw that Wang Chao didn't dare stare at Su Ruoro anymore and laughed as he released his grip on Wang Chao. "Group leader Wang, that's right. Let's resolve matters between us men. How could you glare at a girl and get angry at her? Don't let me see that again or I won't show you any mercy." Wang Chao couldn't beat Qin Feng in a fight. Every time he tried to do something to Qin Feng, he was the one who suffered. He held a deep hatred for Qin Feng and had no way of cawing him. He felt as though death would be preferable to this kind of living. Wang Chao knew he couldn't suppress Qin Feng, so he wanted to let out his anger onto Su Ruoro. This little girl really didn't listen. The past couple of days, she did a good job and didn't stick to Qin Feng, but today, right from the morning, they were reconciled. Wang Chao saw that Qin Feng already turned to leave, so he immediately glared at Su Ruoro. He was about to speak when he suddenly thought of how his eyes were offset. He immediately adjusted the direction and glared at Qin Feng and said with a lowered voice, "Ruoro, the month-end sales evaluations are in 2 days. Consider this, if you still don't listen, I'll kick you both out." Wang Chao thought that looking at one person while saying mean things to another was too fucked up. He had just finished speaking when he heard Su Ruoro speak loudly. "Group leader Wang, were you speaking with me just now?" This sound scared Wang Chao to death. When had he ever seen Su Ruoro speak to him so confidently? And the most important part was that Qin Feng turned back. He viciously slapped Wang Chao's other shoulder. Wang Chao felt as though he was pressed down by an enormous mountain and almost kneeled on the ground. "Group leader Wang, what did you say to Ruoro? Come, say it again in front of me." Wang Chao was so frightened that his face was drained of all its color. He looked at Qin Feng's cold expression and the evil air that bursted out of him. Wang Chao immediately waved his hands and said, "Qin Feng, don't misunderstand, I noticed that the month-end evaluations were approaching, so I wanted Ruoro to continue working hard and to not ever slack off." I was encouraging her. Wang Chao forced a fawning smile onto his face. He looked at Qin Feng but spoke to Su Ruoro. "Ruoro, isn't that right?" Ruoro didn't want to spare Wang Chao a glance. She took Qin Feng's arm and left. "Qin Feng, let's go, don't bother with this kind of rotten man. Wang Chao weighed Qin Feng and Su Ruo's backs getting further away. He was so angry that he was about to combust. Rotten man. You have the guts to call your elder a rotten man, slut. Just you fucking wait, one day your elder will do you to death. Qin Feng and Su Ruo each returned to their own desks. They had just sat down when Li Yuqin called Qin Feng away. General Manager Li, you were looking for me. Qin Feng said with a jolly smile after arriving at Li Yuqin's office. This Li Yuqin called him into her office in the early morning, and Qin Feng already knew what was going to happen. Qin Feng, well you probably know, right? Li Yuqin didn't sleep the entire night last night. Her brain was filled with thoughts of using Qin Feng to pretend to be young Master Qin. In the end, she decided to try, so she called in Qin Feng in the early morning. Chapter 201. Chapter 201, How Could It Be a Fool? General Manager Li, are you talking about the matter regarding young Master Qin? Qin Feng probed. Li Yuqin's charming face turned red. She said a bit shyly, about that, since young Master Qin already told you everything, then I don't have to beat around the bush. Qin Feng, I already set a good time with my mom, so I'll bring you to see her at the end of the month. It just so happens that the month-end evaluations for the sales department are in 2 days. After the evaluation, it'll be the weekend and you can relax. Are you free those 2 days? Yeah, I'm free. Qin Feng smiled. Li Yuqin exhaled slightly when Qin Feng agreed. She looked at him, and her voice became a lot more gentle. Qin Feng, last time you touched me. I'm sorry about that, I was a little too agitated, so don't take offense. Only Qin Feng had the ability to touch a beautiful superior's ass and have her apologize to him. He immediately waved his hands and said magnanimously, It's fine, it's fine. Last time, your behind took advantage of my hand, and this adversely affected me, but as long as General Manager Li knows she's wrong and can change, just pay more attention next time. When Qin Feng finished saying those words, he suddenly fell serious. General Manager Li, the next time your behind touches my hand, I hope you aren't angry. You have to learn to be magnanimous like me and pretend nothing happened. Li Yuqin's face darkened. She wanted to yell at Qin Feng, but she couldn't do so. After reining in her emotions, she steered the conversation back to serious matters. She said, Qin Feng, this weekend, pretend to be young Master Qin and go to my house. I hope you can prepare a bit. My mother has sharp eyes, don't let her see through you right after you walk through the door. Qin Feng might not be able to do other things, but no one was worthier than him in pretending to be young Master Qin. After all, he was young Master Qin. At this time, he immediately pounded his chest and said, General Manager Li, I grew up and played with young Master Qin. I have all matters regarding his personality, habits, movements, and common phrases memorized by heart. Don't worry General Manager Li, when the weekend comes, I'll even wear the red underpants young Master Qin likes to wear. Even if Auntie examines me from the outside to the inside, from beginning to end, she won't discover anything suspicious. Pervert. Li Yuqin couldn't take it. She faintly uttered a complaint. All right, go out and work. We'll iron out the other details when we meet on the weekend. That day, Qin Feng couldn't be too pleased with himself. He could touch Su Ruo's thighs again, and Li Yuqin took the initiative to invite him to her house over the weekend. Time flew by, and Qin Feng felt as though work was over in the blink of an eye. Su Ruo hugged Qin Feng's arm and they walked out of the company together. They had just gotten to the ground floor when Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Long Hair, what's up? Long Hair had called, and Qin Feng directly got to the point. Young Master Qin, I've already completed the matters you've instructed me to last time. When would you have time to swing around the Fei Tian bar? Longhair spoke with reverence. Okay, I'll head over right away. Qin Feng ended the call and told Su Ruoro to wait and go home in Chairman Qin's car. He rode his 28 bicycle on his own and sped towards the Fei Tian bar. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng casually tossed his 28 bicycle at the entrance of the Fei Tian bar in passing, and swaggered in. Young Master Qin, you're here. When they knew that Qin Feng was coming, Longhair and his other two brothers waited at the lounge of the bar after hanging up. When they saw Qin Feng heading over, the three of them immediately greeted him together. Come, let's go talk in the office. Baldy, Wolf Tattoo, and I brought our brothers and smoothly took over the land around the Plaza Road and the International Road. This war was happy and easy for us, while the Wild Wolf gangs suffered heavy losses. I heard that those 100 brothers are still locked up in the police station. Longhair talked about the phone group situation with great delight. The current phone group had already controlled the powers in the northern district of Acropolis. This news about a new group that had been formed not a month ago, yet seized half of the Wild Wolf gang's territory, already passed through Acropolis City. But Qin Feng was low-key the whole time, and was the phone group's boss behind the scenes. Outside, rumors bragged about Longhair and his two brothers, and no one knew that the phone group was entirely created by young Master Qin. Very good. Qin Feng nodded and said, now that the phone group has made a name for itself, I'm sure many stragglers in the streets would want to join our group. During this time, continue to expand our group and completely stabilize our hold over the land in the Northern District. When you feel that we have enough power, eliminate the Wild Wolf gang and take the Western District as well. Qin Feng didn't pay any special attention towards the phone group. What was important to him was his quest to help Lu Wenjing develop the #1 power in Acropolis City. Otherwise, Qin Feng would be too lazy to spend time battling Acropolis City's underground powers. After defeating the Wild Wolf gang, fight the Flying Dragon gang and unite Acropolis City's underground powers as quickly as possible. Then, I don't mind what the phone group does next, you can do as you see fit. Only look for me if there's something really big that you cannot resolve yourselves. Qin Feng then thought of something important. He suddenly became serious. Have you located that woman I wanted to find? Longhair shook his head with a bit of nervousness and said quickly, Young Master Qin, the three of us dispatched all of the phone group members to look for her, and we even asked the brothers in the streets, but no one knows that girl. Young Master Qin, does that girl get along on the streets? The woman Qin Feng wanted to find was Lu Wenjing. Ever since Lu Wenjing misunderstood him and ran away, Qin Feng was in a hurry to find her. Since all she talked about was forming a powerful group and taking over Acropolis, Qin Feng thought she was also a woman that got along in the streets, so he had Longhair and the rest look around for her. However, the outlook was gloomy. The three brothers practically asked everyone in the streets, but still couldn't find Lu Wenjing. Qin Feng began to suspect that this young lady never hung around the streets. If this girl was never in the streets, why would she suddenly come build a power and talk big about uniting Acropolis? Qin Feng began to increasingly feel that this woman wasn't very normal. Young Master Qin, why don't we expand our scope and ask around in the neighboring cities? When Longhair saw that Qin Feng said nothing the whole time, he was so scared that cold sweat dripped out of him. There's no need to look anymore. I'll resolve this on my own. Qin Feng waved his hands and said, you guys just focus completely on the phone group's development and take over Acropolis quickly, you hear? Young Master Qin, don't worry, us three brothers will give our all to develop the phone group. The three brothers immediately stood and shouted in unison. Qin Feng came to the Fei Tian bar this time because he was worried about the Lu Wenjing matter. Since the three brothers couldn't find her, Qin Feng stood up to leave. He rode his 28 bicycle slowly and admired the night air and scenery. Quite a few pedestrians secretly laughed at him when they saw his old bicycle. Some men even said to the women in their arms, "Do you see that? Your husband has enough money, at least I paid down the down payment of a home and bought a minivan. If you found that kind of man, prepare yourself to sit on that bike and cry until you turn blind." During the whole ride, there was quite a bit of mockery, maybe over 20 cases. He shook his head and ignored them. If these men and women that mocked him knew of his identity as young Master Qin, they would most probably cry until they became blind. "Help, help." Qin Feng had just gotten to the deserted riverside when he heard a little lady crying for help. Her voice was filled with youthfulness, and it was extremely pleasant to hear. Smack! Another crisp sound echoed, and a man's cold voice was heard, "Don't fucking yell. If you yell, out because I might stab you to death." Qin Feng rode his bike and had just passed a minivan. They forcefully stuffed a girl into the car. The girl's hands were tied behind her back, and her legs were tied up as well. She was fighting for her life on the seat of the car. Her large, clear eyes were wide open, and her expression was filled with fear. She wore a small pink backpack and a clean and neat uniform. She was clearly a student that hadn't yet gone into society. It was probably her first time discovering that there were such savage people or such violent scenes in society. She hadn't even had the time to accept the fact that she would get kidnapped, and her face was filled with fear and despair. Qin Feng looked at her and felt a bit moved. "Fuck, hurry and ride your broken bike to the side, what the fuck are you looking at?" There was a man in the minivan that had dyed yellow hair and an earring. He spat out of the car and threw the cigarette butt in his hand at Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng shifted his body slightly and dodged it. "Shit, your elder threw something and you had the guts to dodge it. Do you know where your elder is from? Getting hit by your elder would be luck cultivated by 8 generations." When he saw Qin Feng evade his cigarette butt, the man with the earring was so angry that his eyes bugged out. He pointed at Qin Feng and yelled loudly, "You brat. Pick up my cigarette butt and swallow it, or else your elder will kill you with one stab." Qin Feng made the man with the earring hold his dagger and slice downwards twice. He tossed his 28 bicycle onto the road and walked up to the minivan. There were 4 people in the minivan in total. Other than the man with the earring, there were 2 fierce-looking men holding down the girl. The last person sat in the driver's seat and was in charge of driving. It was clear that they were kidnapping recidivists. Their roles were distinct, they were gutsy, they acted fiercely, and one could tell from a glance that they were old birds of the profession. "Big brother, help me." The little girl in the minivan saw Qin Feng and immediately begged for help. She was only able to call out twice before the 2 men holding her pushed her back into the car. Qin Feng walked until he was a meter away from the minivan and suddenly stopped. He squatted on the ground, picked up a pebble, and lightly tossed it at the man with the earring. Dong! The man with the earring instinctively shifted, and dexterously dodged Qin Feng's pebble attack. The pebble crashed into the car with a crisp sound. The man with the earring wasn't that great. Qin Feng tossed the rock with the strength of a small child playing house, so any grown man could dodge it. The 3 people in the car were all stunned by Qin Feng's actions. They looked at him with different expressions, and even the gleam of hope in the cute little girl's eyes slowly receded and disappeared. It wasn't easy for there to have been a passerby. Why was he a fool? Chapter 202. Chapter 202, Sent to Friends. "Hey, why did you dodge when your elder threw something at you?" Qin Feng suddenly spoke. The man with the earring finally came to and wondered why Qin Feng's words seemed so familiar. He yelled unhappily, "You stinking idiot, if your elder threw a rock at you, wouldn't you fucking dodge? Hurry up and fuck off. We even bumped into an idiot in the middle of the night while kidnapping, how fucking unlucky. Chin Fong ignored the earring man's complaints, smiled, and continued to speak. Brat, pick up that pebble on the ground and swallow it in front of your elder. Fuck. This time, the earring man's temper blazed. He suddenly understood. Weren't these the words he said earlier when he threw the cigarette butt at the idiot? And this idiot actually took a rock, threw it, and said the same thing. The earring man was so angered by Chin Fong that his lungs were about to explode. Are you really angry? Do you feel as though I'm a big idiot? Chin Fong acted like he didn't see the earring man's fierce expression. He said calmly, "That's right, I also think that only an idiot could say such things. You lunatic, now do you know how your prior behavior that you thought was so artful looks like to others?" Sigh, I was just taking a leisurely bike ride and met a car full of idiots, how unlucky. Chin Fong shook his head and sighed. This time, not only was the earring man angry, the two holding down the girl were angry as well. They each picked up a steel pipe and rushed at Chin Fong. Fuck, you're fucking looking to die. The two people came from the left and the right, and attacked Chin Fong with the steel pipes in unison. At the same time, the earring man behind Chin Fong stabbed his dagger at Chin Feng's abdomen. The three of them coordinated flawlessly. A normal person would have either taken a club to the head or a large gash in the stomach. However, Chin Fong was not a normal person. He suddenly made his move and accurately grabbed the steel pipes on the two sides of him, then sent a flying kick at the earring man's wrist. With a crash, the dagger in his hand flew over 10 meters and fell on the ground. Bang bang. Chin Fong toppled the earring man, then hit the two men at his sides in the stomach with his hands. The two immediately became kites with broken strings. They flew for a good number of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. They felt as though their organs shifted, and cried out pitifully in pain. Chin Fong didn't look at the three fallen men. He tapped his foot lightly and arrived at the driver's seat of the minivan. He lifted the man trembling in fear with one hand, and tossed him lightly. The man was sent flying out of the car. Once he was assured of the little girl's safety, Chin Fong then picked up the pebble on the ground and went in front of the earring man again. Brat, I wasn't joking with you at first, you have to swallow this pebble. Chin Fong threw the pebble on the ground and smiled eerily. Of course, you can also choose to die instead of submitting. For men, we all have honor, and we die for honor. I would be proud of you. Chin Fong spoke while lifting his leg and angling it towards the earring man's brain. He appeared ready to stomp harshly on him at any time. The earring man was now afraid of Chin Fong. He was sent flying by Chin Feng's kick, so he already deeply experienced the strength of Chin Feng's leg. With a casual kick, he was already able to send someone flying countless meters. And this leg was going to come down on his head. The earring man didn't dare continue thinking about it. Older brother, don't stomp. I'll eat it. I actually love eating rocks. In the end, the earring man couldn't withstand the enormous pressure Chin Fong gave to him. He immediately picked up the pebble and swallowed it without hesitation. After doing so, he even opened his mouth to show Chin Fong and prove that he really ingested the rock. Big brother, save me. Hurry and save me. At this time, the girl's melodious cry came from behind. Chin Fong thought more people had appeared, but he turned to look, and he was so shocked that his face darkened. Who knew what the little girl had done to get into this predicament? She rolled out of the minivan and lay on the ground by the car door. She struggled for her life and yelled at Chin Fong to help her. Chin Fong immediately arrived beside the little girl and helped her untie the ropes binding her arms and legs. Her originally soft and fair wrists and ankles were imprinted with red rope marks. Little beauty, you're okay now, don't be afraid. Qin Feng patted the girl's little head. From up close, he found that this girl's hair was so long it was full of life. She was an extremely cute little girl. The little cutie knew she was saved. She jumped into Qin Feng's arms and cried loudly, "Big brother, thank you, you're such a great person that I even want to devote my life to you." Qin Feng looked at this little beautiful child. He knew that when she grew up she would certainly be a real beauty. He touched her black, shiny, and beautiful short hair and comforted her. "Okay, then you can devote your life to me. How about you marry this big brother?" The little beauty suddenly stopped crying and shoved Qin Feng away. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hands while looking at Qin Feng with alarm. "Big brother, why you wouldn't happen to be a bad guy as well, would you?" Qin Feng looked at the little beauty's foolish expression and laughed. He admitted that this little girl was really cute, and though her little arms and legs were really thin, she looked to be just a middle schooler. She was too young. Qin Feng certainly couldn't make a move on her. "Okay, this big brother has to go home. Want me to take you home?" Qin Feng stopped joking with the little beauty and began to push his 28 bicycle in preparation of leaving. The little beauty looked at the biting cold and darkness that surrounded them. She was clearly a bit scared to go home herself, but she could not yet be certain that Qin Feng was a good person. Her dark eyes spun, and she suddenly pulled out her cell phone and fiddled with it for a while. Then, she chased after Qin Feng and suddenly gripped his arm. She stood on tiptoe and stuck her head next to Qin Feng's. She revealed a brilliant smile and made a cheese symbol. Ka-cha! Qin Feng was blinded by the flash of the cell phone and couldn't open his eyes. He heard the little beauty say while waving the cell phone in her hand with delight, "Big brother, I've sent our picture to my friends, so everyone knows I'm with you tonight. Take me home now. If something happens to me, the policeman uncles will see you very quickly." Qin Feng's lips twitched as he looked at the little beauty's self-satisfied smile. How could students nowadays be like this and lack even the basic trust between humans? "Big brother, what is your name?" After taking their picture, she was no longer afraid of Qin Feng at all. She even took the initiative to climb onto his bicycle. She sat on the 28 bicycle and had Qin Feng push her on it. Her uniform was composed of a white dress shirt with a little necktie and a short skirt with Scottish stripes. Her long, thin, tender, and pale legs swayed leisurely, and she gave Qin Feng a silly smile of self-satisfaction. Qin Feng said with seriousness. "Then I'll call you Big Brother Feng in the future." The little beauty said, "I'm Lu Xiaojia." "Big Brother Feng, you can call me Xiaojia." "That's right, Big Brother Feng, we must call the police and arrest these bad men." Lu Xiaojia spoke to herself for a while and her expression suddenly fell cold. She pulled out her phone to call the police. However, before she called them, she turned her head to look towards the area that the minivan was previously parked. It was already completely empty. Who knew when these kidnappers made their escape? Those stinking brats got lucky. If this young miss sees them again, I'll have to brutally beat them up. Lu Xiaojia shook her small pink fist, clenched her teeth, and made an angry expression. However, anyone who saw her expression wouldn't be frightened, they would melt from this little brat's cuteness. Qin Feng patted her little head lightly and said coldly, "The next time you see them, you should just run for your life." Qin Feng got onto his bike and held Lu Xiaojia's little waist to prevent this energetic little brat from falling midway. He rode the bike and asked, "Hurry and tell me where you live." Lu Xiaojia was in no hurry to reveal her address. She pouted and complained angrily, "Big Brother Feng, I have a name. When you speak to me, you have to call me Xiaojia or else I won't know who you're talking to." Qin Feng raised his brows and asked again, "Xiaojia, where do you live?" No. Big brother Feng, look at how intimately I'm addressing you. You have to call me little sister Xiao Jia, and you have to address me in a pleasing and gentle way. Lu Xiaojia kicked her two little legs and swayed the 28 bicycle. Qin Feng put his toes down and stopped the bike. He said with annoyance, "Are you telling me or not? If not, go home yourself." Lu Xiaojia jumped off the bike and looked wronged. Big brother Feng, do you not like little sister Xiaojia? How could you be so mean to me? Then this pitiful Xiaojia will just have to go home herself. It's wild and mountainous here, the sky is dark and the winds are strong. Xiaojia will just be unlucky if she gets lost and encounters any bad guys. Wah. Lu Xiaojia walked forward while wiping her tears. After every 2 steps, she would peek at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was tickled by this cute little girl, and went after her on his bike. When he arrived beside her, he scooped her onto his bicycle. "Little sister Xiaojia, may I ask where you live?" Qin Feng was forced to his wits' end. He copied Xiaojia and spoke with her cutesy voice. Right when the words came out of his mouth, Qin Feng almost threw up. Lu Xiaojia waved her arms and legs with excitement, and her eyes became 2 crescent moons. "Big brother Feng, I live in a villa in the 3rd building of Cloud City's Hua Manor Phase 1. Oh. And you're a young lady from a rich family." When Qin Feng found out where Lu Xiaojia lived, he rushed in that direction and said, "Then when we get back, we have to talk to Mom and Dad. I saved you from the grasp of kidnappers, so I should at least get a 1.8 million yuan fee for standing out and doing what's right." Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Lu Xiaojia pouted, "Big brother Feng, you're so shallow. There's no point in talking about money. Also, I don't have a father or mother, my sister spent money to rent that house. It's not easy for my sister to make money. Big brother Feng, can you not ask me to give a fee for acting bravely and standing up for a just cause?" Lu Xiaojia held the arm Qin Feng placed on the handlebar and began to act cute. "Big brother Feng, how about I introduce my big sister to you as repayment for saving my life?" Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He saw how pretty Lu Xiaojia was and didn't think she'd have an older sister. Then, her sister must also be really pretty. He immediately became serious and said, "Little sister Xiaojia, since you're so obedient and sensible, I won't charge you the fee for acting brave for justice. We'll do as you suggested and meet your older sister." Lu Xiaojia's little lips protruded more and revealed an expression of contempt. As expected, all men are really perverted. "Hey you little fart, how could you say that? You yourself said you were going to introduce your big sister to me to repay me for saving you." "I didn't say anything," Qin Feng immediately retorted. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, Monthly Performance Meeting. Lu Xiaojia rolled her eyes and scrunched her delicate nose. "Big brother Feng, let me tell you a secret. Does it relate to your older sister's 3 measurements?" Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and placed his ear close to Lu Xiaojia's mouth. "You're incomparably the most shameless older brother I've ever met." Lu Xiaojia chortled with laughter. Qin Feng lost his balance and almost knocked the bike into a tree. "Fuck, we came to kidnap a little girl, bumped into an idiot, and the idiot was so fucking powerful. Why have I been so out of luck recently?" After Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia left, 4 people came out of the shadows. They were the 4 that had just kidnapped Lu Xiaojia. The man with the earring and the dyed yellow hair was the big brother. His nickname was Big Brother Chang. Qin Feng forced him to swallow the pebble earlier, and he now clued his throat and tried to find a way to spit the rock out. "Big Brother Chang, are you alright?" The remaining 3 younger brothers were all brutally beaten and wanted to cry. During their many years in the streets, Who knew how many old, weak, sickly, and disabled people they abducted? They had never been so disgraced. Fuck, that idiot forced me to swallow a rock. Tell me whether or not your elder is okay. Don't let me see him again, or I'll bring brothers to hack him to death. Once Big Brother Chang thought of Chin Feng, he began to yell. One of the three younger brothers' eyes spun like he suddenly thought of something. His eyes brightened. Brother Chang, I had just said that the brat looked familiar and I now remember why. Do you guys still remember that poverty-stricken district in the outskirts of the northern district? And that little building in the alleyway? We were squatting there and saw a pure beauty get into a Benz. At the time, we regretted not squatting there earlier because then we'd nab that girl first. When he said this, the other men remembered it as well. At the time, the girl was too pure and pretty. She looked gentle and weak, so she left quite an impression on the four of them. Fuck, your elder was talking about that idiot, why are you fucking talking about women? Brother Chang slapped the younger brother's head and cursed at him with dissatisfaction. That younger brother rubbed his head and felt wronged. He immediately said, Big Brother Chang, at the time, a man walked out with that woman. I'm certain that man was the idiot that beat us up just now. The other three immediately fell into deep thought, and thought earnestly about the scene that day. They compared the man then with Chin Feng, who they saw tonight, and found that the two seemed increasingly similar. Fuck, that seems true. Damn, but then what? We don't know that woman and we still don't know where the idiot is, Brother Chang spat. Big Brother Chang, I have a way of finding that brat and kidnapping him with the pure beauty from that day. That younger brother smiled vulgarly and whispered his plan to the others. 3 minutes later, Brother Chang and the rest smiled vulgarly and coldly. This plan was indeed effective. It just so happened that they were currently too short on their monthly kidnapping quota. After getting tonight's idiot and the little beauty, they'd finish their jobs. 20 minutes later, Chin Feng rode his 28 bicycle to the Cloud City Hua Manor Building 3 Phase 1 villa. They could have arrived in 10 minutes, but Chin Feng was afraid the night air would give Lu Xiaojia a cold, so he intentionally rode at half speed. Big Brother Chin Feng, I'm home. Thank you for saving me and taking me home. Lu Xiaojia hopped off the bike, smiled at Chin Feng, waved, and turned to leave. Chin Feng immediately said, Little sister Xiaojia, did you forget something? Lu Xiaojia stopped and raised her head to look up at the building. She said with a happy smile, Big Brother Chin Feng, my older sister isn't home yet, I don't have the guts to bring you into our villa alone, and I don't know whether or not Big Brother Feng is a bad guy. Next time when my big sister is home, I'll invite you to play at our house. As she said this, Lu Xiaojia held her phone and ran up to Chin Feng. Big Brother Feng, tell me your cell phone number. Be a good girl and go home, take a shower, and have a nice sleep. Don't think too much about anything. When the sun rises tomorrow, everything will be back to normal and you'll find that nothing actually happened, it was all just a nightmare. Chin Feng patiently comforted Lu Xiaojia. Okay, Xiaojia will listen to Big Brother Feng. I'll go back and sleep right now. Lu Xiaojia's emotions stabilized. She finally revealed her signature sweet smile and waved at Chin Feng. Big Brother Feng, be careful going home. When I have time, I'll look for you to play. Chin Feng waited for a while at the foot of the building and wade Lu Xiaojia carry her backpack and run into the villa. Chin Feng was only fully reassured when he saw a light on the 3rd floor of the villa turn on, and Lu Xiaojia's cute little head poke out of the window. He rode his low-profile 28 bicycle and quickly disappeared into the night. Royal Group Sales Department Lobby. The whole sales department, from the managers to the normal sales representatives, sat upright surrounding a circular meeting desk. A man and a woman sat on opposite sides of the meeting desk. The man was the Royal Group's chairman Qin Huang, and the woman was the new beautiful assistant Han Ying. With these two important people present, the sales department's monthly performance meeting was uncharacteristically cold and serious. Even the general manager of the sales department, Li Yuqin, didn't even dare to say anything extra. Once everyone was serious and composed, an elegant man in the crowd with an impressive appearance had a natural expression and placed his right hand below the table. He dishonestly touched the thigh of the beauty sitting beside him. This restless man was the hedonistic young master Qin Feng, and the woman that he touched was Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro wanted to find a hole and hide in it. What were the circumstances right now? What time was it? Who knew Qin Feng was still so gutsy? Su Ruoro kept her emotions in check, and sweat was about to drip from her face. Since everyone is here, the monthly sales meeting will now officially commence. Qin Huang's deep voice resounded, and an applause immediately followed from the subordinates. It was the first time these sales representatives sat at the same table as someone as important as Chairman Qin. They were extremely moved and wanted to make themselves look good. What if Chairman Qin took a liking to them? Even Li Yuqin hadn't received the notice. She didn't know Chairman Qin would appear at this month's evaluation meeting. When did such a normal sales department meeting gain the attention of such a leader? General Manager Li, I think Assistant Han should host this month's performance review meeting. You have nothing to say about that, right? Qin Huang waited until the applause ended to continue speaking. As you wish, Chairman Qin. Li Yuqing immediately stood and maintained a smile as she spoke. Li Yuqing sat and Han Ying stood in due course. Her gaze swept over the audience with seriousness. She used her strong aura to take command of the scene. When everyone else fell serious, she then opened her mouth to speak. He suppressed his brimming excitement and stood on hurriedly. After standing, Wang Chao didn't immediately speak. He glared at Qin Feng and Su Ruoro, arrogant and self-satisfied. He waited a long time for this moment, and it finally arrived. He had thought it through from the beginning that he must use the monthly performance evaluation to harshly criticize Qin Feng and get him fired once and for all. First of all, I think the point Assistant Han mentioned earlier was extremely good, and I personally strongly agree. This way, the employees in the sales department can be more proactive in forging ahead. This way, there would be forward-moving results for both ourselves as individuals and the company. Once Wang Chao went up, he kissed Han Ying's ass. The audience members' internal sighs were heard, and they wondered if Wang Chao had already forgotten the situation where Han Ying threw the seaweed egg drop soup and the bowl on him. Shameless people are invincible under the heavens. Wang Chao was about to become invincible under the heavens. After praising Han Ying, he changed the topic and suddenly looked coldly at Qin Feng. He continued to speak, speaking of Assistant Han's suggestion, I thought of one of the employees under me. As a new employee, I haven't seen him seek additional knowledge, improve in the slightest, or possess any qualities of respect towards leadership. I've only seen him play games or sleep at work every day. However, I didn't give up. I ceaselessly told him to come to the office and I put great care in teaching him. There were many times when I spoke with him and taught him how to be a qualified sales representative. But I didn't see any changes in him. I'm sure Assistant Han and General Manager Li have felt this feeling of hopelessness before. After all, we are good superiors that are diligent and earnest. After saying this, Wang Chao paused. He cleared his throat and suddenly began to mention names. Qin Feng, tell Assistant Han and Chairman Qin, what did you do in the sales department all month? You've been here for the majority of a month and you haven't even gotten a single listing. This can't go on, our royal group cannot tolerate an idler like you. Wang Chao's words pointed a spear towards Qin Feng. All gazes fell on Qin Feng and they looked at him with pity. They thought to themselves that this brat who usually loves butting heads with Wang Chao was certainly going to be sent away by Wang Chao today. An expression of disapproval hung on Qin Feng's face. He said lightly from his seat, "Group leader Wang, don't treat a good person unjustly. I had one listing this month." Huh, did everyone hear that? Wang Chao laughed with self-satisfaction. "You only got one listing and you're acting like a big shot. Every sales representative here has at least 5 listings a month, so they must have all become kings." Assistant Han, General Manager Li, "I can't handle an employee like Qin Feng. I think you should either assign him to another group or just fire him. If we keep him, he'll just be a moocher." Wang Chao voiced how he felt inside. Su Ruoro knew Wang Chao wanted to make things difficult for Qin Feng during the monthly meeting. She nervously held Qin Feng's hand. She already thought it through. If Qin Feng was fired, she also wouldn't work at Royal Group anymore. Qin Feng smiled lightly and stood. He looked calmly at Wang Chao and said, "Group leader Wang, of course you can't manage me. Your sales revenue can't even compare to that of your subordinate. How are you qualified to manage me?" Wang Chao's face darkened. He said coldly, "Qin Feng, you mean to say that your sales revenue is higher than mine for the month?" "That's exactly what I mean." Qin Feng smiled. Ha! Wang Chao was so angry he became happy. Qin Feng's sales revenue was higher than his own. What a joke. Wang Chao wouldn't believe this even if he was beaten to death. "Your bravery is great, but you've also shown your ignorance. Since you have so much confidence, then let's compare this month's sales. If yours really is higher than mine, then I'll give you my position as group leader and listen to your commands in the future. Of course, if yours is lower than mine, I hope you can submit your resignation to me." After Wang Chao's words came out, Li Yuchan and Qin Huang's expressions fell. They wanted to squeeze Wang Chao's large mouth to death. Li Yuchan already knew Qin Feng's identity. He was a Qin family member and played well with young Master Qin. Li Yuchan even suspected that Chairman Qin and Assistant Han came to the sales department's monthly performance evaluation because of Qin Feng and Su Ruoro. It was clear that Wang Chao made this sort of bet in front of an audience to make Qin Feng look bad. However, Li Yuchan's eyes suddenly brightened. She almost forgot about the villa Qin Feng sold to Sun Yi. That was a large listing valuing over 15 million yuan. With this listing alone, Qin Feng's performance for the month was twice as high as even Li Yuchen's sales revenue. Not to mention Wang Chao. On the other hand, Qin Huang and Han Ying didn't know that Qin Feng sold this property. When they saw Wang Chao's suggestion, their hearts sank. They already submitted to the fact that Qin Feng had no accomplishments in the sales department this month. Even if it was as Qin Feng said, and he did get a customer, Qin Huang and Han Ying could only believe that the customer he had probably didn't even amount to 100,000 yuan in sales revenue. "Qin Feng, would you have the guts to make a bet with me?" Wang Chao smiled at Qin Feng in rumination. "Group leader Wang, this is the sales department's monthly evaluation meeting. The matter you brought up," Han Ying stood out to help Qin Feng speak and bypass the situation. She had just spoken half of what she wanted to when Qin Feng cut her off. "Okay, then it's happily decided." This one line froze the air in the sales department lobby. Those present were sales department employees, and they all saw Qin Feng courting girls all day. One would burn incense and worship Buddha if he wasn't last place in the department for sales performance. No one knew where Qin Feng got his courage to accept Wang Chao's bet in front of Chairman Qin and Assistant Han. "Qin Feng, do you know what you're saying?" Han Ying glared angrily at Qin Feng. She saw Qin Huang's face darken horrendously and stepped out to help Qin Feng again. "Group leader Wang, you should also reflect upon yourself. This is the sales department's monthly evaluation meeting. As a group leader in the sales department, I allowed you to speak about the monthly sales situation and some of your own thoughts. How could you make this kind of bet with your subordinate? Assistant Han, that's my negligence. I hope you'll forgive me. Wang Chao immediately lowered his head apologetically. Han Ying shifted her gaze back onto Qin Feng and waited for Qin Feng to casually express his opinion. This matter had already passed, who knew Qin Feng wouldn't back down. He stood as straight as a pen but still relaxed. He spoke as loudly and clearly as a bell. Assistant Han, I don't think there's anything wrong with Group Leader Wang's suggestions. From the outside, he appears to be betting with me, but in reality, he wants to use it to excite my fighting spirit. Group Leader Wang put so much thought into this, so if I disappoint Group Leader Wang's good intentions, I would feel very apologetic. Wang Chao, does that bet you made with me still stand? Why don't we really have a comparison? Chapter 205. Chapter 205, an achievement worth tens of millions. Wang Chao always thought Qin Feng was an eyesore. He had just caught onto an opportunity to send Qin Feng away with great difficulty, but was suppressed by Assistant Han. Now, not only was Qin Feng indiscreet, he even dared to take the initiative to provoke Wang Chao. Wang Chao stood immediately and spoke resolutely. Qin Feng, I'm very thankful that you can understand my painstaking and good intentions, so let's compare results. The smile on Li Yuchen's face grew stronger and stronger. The cold air emanating from Han Ying and Qin Huang became stronger and stronger. Su Ruorou's grip on Qin Feng's shirt corner became tighter and tighter. One could say that of the over 50 employees in the sales department lounge, the only one who had confidence in Qin Feng was Li Yuqin. And this one person didn't even really trust or dearly love Qin Feng, it was only because Li Yuqin happened to know he sold that 15 million yuan residence. That was all. After all, every day at work, if he wasn't sleeping, courting girls, or playing games, he was courting girls, sleeping, and playing games. General Manager Li, then please present this month's sales report and let us wait and see Qin Feng's brilliant achievement. Wang Chao smiled with satisfaction. Li Yuqin smiled even more brilliantly than him. She immediately stood, walked to the round podium, and pulled up the performance report she organized on the computer to project it on the LCD screen on the wall. Ka-cha! With the click of the mouse to open the chart, the month's performance report quickly appeared on the LCD screen. Once this report was revealed, everyone's spirits were lifted and they began to look from the bottom to the top for Qin Feng's position. It seems that this brat Qin Feng got one listing and isn't last place in sales for this month. When they saw that Qin Feng's name wasn't last on the sales list, that was what popped up in all of the spectators' minds. They immediately scanned upwards from last place and looked at each position one by one. Their expressions then changed again and again. When they got to the middle of the list, and even continued to look upwards and found Wang Chao's name, they were already so shocked that they couldn't breathe. Some people even suspected that Qin Feng's sales performance for the month was at a zero, so he simply wasn't into consideration. However, this thought had just appeared when Su Ruorou's scream resounded in the sales department lounge. Qin Feng, weigh your first place in sales for the month? A sales achievement of over 15 million. Qin Feng, have my eyes gone blurry? Su Ruorou wasn't the only one that thought her eyes had gone bad, everyone wondered if their eyes had gone bad. How else could Qin Feng's sales performance be at the top of the monthly ranking? 15,059,920 in sales? What was this? Some people were still in disbelief. They counted every number several times and found that it really was a result of over 15 million. They looked at Wang Chao's performance of the month, and this string of numbers was clearly a bit unpresentable. It wasn't even 3 million. The entire sales department lounge was immersed in shock. However, no one was more stunned than Wang Chao, Su Ruoro, Han Ying, and Qin Huang. How is this possible? How is this possible? Wang Chao gaped for a good while and could not speak. When he was finally able to do so, his voice trembled. I've been in Royal Group for 3 years, but this is the first time I've seen someone achieve over 15 million in sales. And it's by a newbie who has only been in the company for a little over half a month at that. I don't believe it. There must be a mistake on this monthly sales list. Wang Chao didn't believe it, and neither did anyone else. Wang Chao's heart thumped. Li Yuchen was his immediate superior. He immediately looked at Li Yuchen and said to her in an attempt to curry favor, General Manager Li, that's absolutely not what I mean. I'm using a serious attitude to look at the chart, and I think that there was a problem with Qin Feng's sales result. Maybe there was something wrong with the computer's calculation or chart system. This has absolutely nothing to do with General Manager Li. Since Qin Feng is my subordinate, I've seen his conduct at work. I don't believe that he could make a 15 million yuan sale. I hope General Manager Li can look into it carefully again. There's no need to look into it. Li Yuchen glared at Wang Chao and said indifferently, I weighed Qin Feng complete the 15 million yuan sale. A couple of days ago, he helped Royal Group sell Cloud City Hua Manor Phase 2's Building 4 District 4 Villa. I saw the contract signed with my own eyes, and the down payment has already been received. Group Leader Wang, is there anything else to be questioned? Group Leader Wang was immediately like a deflated ball, his legs fell limp and he directly sat down in his seat. His eyes were lifeless and looked as though someone had taken his soul. All of the other sales representatives were so shocked that their jaws fell to the ground. Even the previously steady Han Ying and Qin Huang stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng. These people were no longer stunned by the mere fact that Qin Feng had 15 million in sales for the month. He actually sold Building 4 of District 4 in Phase 2 of the Cloud City Hua Manor. And for more than 15 million. Everyone was extremely clear about the property. First of all, the numbers were unlucky. Secondly, it didn't have a backyard or a parking lot. Royal Group would have made a profit if they sold it for 5 million. However, Qin Feng actually sold the residence that was the most difficult to sell, and sold it for over 4 times the price. General Manager Li, is what you said true? Han Ying had to confirm all this with Li Yuchen directly after she came back to her senses. Li Yuchen nodded extremely solemnly and said resolutely, Assistant Han, it's absolutely true. This contract is in the file bag in my office, would you like me to get it for you right now? There's no need for that. Sorry to trouble you, General Manager Li. Han Ying waved her hands. She already believed that this matter was true. It sees that Comrade Qin Feng was a low-profile dark horse this time, and has amazed everyone with his feat. You just came to Royal Group for half a month and you've taken first place in the monthly sales. You've surprised us all. Han Ying did her best to control the chaotic situation and continued to host. Since everyone has seen the monthly sales, then I'll determine the results of the matter regarding some people's insistence on making a bet. I now announce in front of all of the sales department employees that from now on, Qin Feng will be promoted to the team leader of Group 2, and the prior group leader Wang Chao will be demoted a level to vice group leader. In the future, fully cooperate with Qin Feng to finish the work. After Han Ying made her announcement, Wang Chao was so regretful that his intestines turned green. At this time, he couldn't help but harshly tug on his 2 large lips. How could his mouth be so despicable that he had to compare sales achievements with Qin Feng? Han Ying looked at the monthly sales results again. First place was Qin Feng with 15 million, and second place was Li Yuchen with over 5 million. Wang Chao was third with 3 million. She looked down 5 or 6 places and found Su Ruoro's name. She was in 9th place at 880,000 yuan. As a graduate who had been here for a little over a month, it was pretty good to be able to get 880,000 in sales. Han Ying immediately looked at Su Ruoro and said, Su Ruoro's performance this month is pretty good. As a new person with sales much higher than most of the tenured employees, I propose that this month's Best Sales Representative Award goes to Su Ruoro. Does anyone have an opinion about this? Assistant Han, I also wanted to do this, and I was prepared to give the award to Su Ruoro, Li Yuqin said as she stood immediately. Chapter 206. Chapter 206, Qin Huang was abducted. Alright, then I'll thank you on behalf of the co-workers in the sales department. After Li Yuqin was done talking about work matters, she changed the topic and even placed her hand on top of Qin Feng's hand that was touching her thigh. Qin Feng, tomorrow will be the weekend. You won't forget, right? How would I? Set a time, General Manager Li, and send your address to young Master Qin. I'll drive and pick you up tomorrow morning, how's that? Qin Feng said with a smile. Li Yuqin was fairly satisfied when she saw this kind of attitude from Qin Feng. She released Qin Feng's hand and allowed him to touch her exquisite thighs as he wished. Okay, then I'll message young Master Qin tonight, Li Yuqin said. After she told Qin Feng about meeting her mother over the weekend, Li Yuqin was preoccupied with eating silently and didn't bother with Qin Feng. Qin Feng was in a difficult situation at this time. One of his hands were on Su Ruoro's thigh and the other was on Li Yuqin's, so he had no hands for eating. Boop boop boop. At this time, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. Hello young Master Qin, I have a present for you, and you have half an hour to rush to the South Bay Pier. Do not call the police or alert anyone. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your present that was originally alive is going to be a dead person. Once the phone was answered, an icy electronic voice passed through. The person on the other line was clearly trying to hide their identity, so they used a voice-altering device. They only said these incomprehensible words and hung up. Then, a message arrived on Qin Feng's phone. The background showed a portion of the bay and the pier. There was only one person in the picture, and he was completely tied up with cleaning rags stuffed into his mouth. He was a middle-aged man with an unordinary aura. After seeing it, a thick murderous aura shot out of Qin Feng's body. The man that was abducted was his father Qin Huang. After discovering that his father was abducted, Qin Feng immediately called Han Ying. After confirming from Han Ying that his father wasn't in the office and that she couldn't reach him, Qin Feng then confirmed that his father really was abducted. He tried calling back the unfamiliar number, but the tone that came through the phone indicated it was an invalid number. Qin Feng was increasingly worried about his father's safety. The people that abducted his father were clearly professionals that had planned this a long time ago. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Su Ruoro and Li Yuqin saw the change in Qin Feng's expression, and asked him a bit nervously. It was the first time these two women saw such a murderous expression on Qin Feng's face. It's nothing, I have to go out for a bit, you two continue to eat. Qin Feng did all he could to calm himself. He put on an expression that said, there's not really anything going on, and left the employee cafeteria. It was now a time of danger, and he couldn't let anyone know his father was abducted. Otherwise, all of the Royal Group employees would be struck with panic, and Acropolis City's economy would follow and get shaken up. Qin Feng left Royal Group alone and immediately rushed towards the South Bay Pier on his 28 bicycle. 10 minutes later, he arrived. Qin Feng was pretty familiar with this portion of the South Bay Pier because this was where he came to see the trafficking gang with Liu Bingbing a couple of days ago. However, the South Bay Pier at night was different from how it was during the day. At night, there were only a few ships passing by on the Song River and the winds were chilly, so the pier was bleak. However, during the day, it was extremely bustling. Various fishermen boats, cargo ships, and passenger ships came and went. There were even a lot of tourists passing through. Chin Feng examined the situation around him but didn't find anything out of the ordinary in this bustling scene. At this time, his cell phone rang again. "You were actually punctual and kept your word, brat. Your present is temporarily still alive. I'll give you 10 more minutes. Follow the South Bay Pier and head north. In 10 minutes, you'll see your big present." After using 6x strength, with the weight of the reclining moon blade, none of his opponents ever fared well. They were either split in half or internally injured by the blade. However, the current Chin Feng simply used his fists to block the ferocious slash, yet he was completely unharmed and even looked as though he spared no effort at all to complete the move. The gold-toothed man knew he underestimated Chin Feng. This brat wasn't fucking at stage 5, he must have stage 6 abilities. "Damn, we've fucking fallen at the hands of that damn old man." The man in black shouted angrily, and he already began to retreat quickly because Chin Feng had already moved and a fist was heading towards him. The wintry light flashed from the silver gloves in the sunlight, and the previously unbridled and arrogant man in black was suddenly filled with terror. He already felt enshrouded in a veil of death. This time, after seeing Chin Feng's power, he was extremely alarmed. He didn't dare take Chin Feng lightly again, but once he saw the speed Chin Feng currently employed, he was so shocked that he was wide-eyed and slack-jawed. He had 7x speed. If he hadn't reached external stage 7, how could he exhibit such brilliance and ease? He went from guessing that Chin Feng was a stage 5 external expert to a stage 6, and now stage 7, and this was all within a short couple of minutes. In just a couple of minutes, his opponent's strength seemed to shoot up like a rocket and rose 3 levels. To the gold-toothed man, this kind of fighting was absolutely deadly and even a kind of bafflement. The gold-toothed man was startled time and time again. As a qualified assassin, he thought he had a strong heart and extraordinary adaptability. But while facing Chin Feng, who continuously exploded with surprises, the gold-toothed man found that his brain lacked the capacity to understand all this. He didn't have time to accept or digest this frightening reality. The gold-toothed man's pupils continuously dilated, and in his eyes, Chin Feng became larger and larger. In a breath's time, Chin Feng already arrived in front of him, and the imposing gloves with wintry air was already about to fall on the man in black's cheek. The cold wild wind by his ear told the gold-toothed man that if this fist made impact, his brain would probably explode. Number 5, hurry up and fucking save me. The gold-toothed man suddenly bellowed in a moment of desperation. Crackle. At the same time, there was the sound of lightning in the sky. However, it wasn't actually lightning, it was a long whip with orange light that was in the shape of lightning. The whip split the sky and made gusts of noises that sounded like the air was exploding. From the sound of the powerful wind, one could tell how much power the whip contained. Chin Feng, who was about to punch the gold-toothed man, immediately retracted his fist, kicked the gold-toothed man in the stomach, and used the rebound to quickly flip backwards. Only then was he able to dangerously evade the long whip. Bronze number 5, if you didn't make a move, your elder would be dead. The gold-toothed man wearing black was kicked to the ground, and he complained towards the rooftop after crawling to his feet. Chapter 207. Chapter 207, Sword that Splits Mountains and Rivers. At this time, another man in black stood on the rooftop of the abandoned red brick house. The man's arms were covered with a red cloak, and it rang in the cold and strong winds. It looked like a burning flame. Bronze number 8, even if you died during this assignment, you could only blame yourself for your inadequate abilities. The man spoke with a deep, raspy voice, and his eyes were glued to Qin Feng as he spoke. At this time, he weighed Qin Feng's every move with vigilance. Earlier, number 5 weighed Qin Feng's fight with bronze number 8, so even he didn't dare take Qin Feng lightly. This was an absolutely thorny assignment. Fuck his grandfather, this was all because that dumb old man lied about the target. This brat has stage 7 external abilities or higher, how is he something our bronze group can handle? It would make more sense to get the silver group. Number 8 was still foul-mouthed. Number 5 ignored him, and his deep eyes were pinned onto Qin Feng. A cold light shot from his eyes like he wanted to look through Qin Feng. Where is the person you guys took? Release him now and I can spare your lives. Qin Feng's icy voice was heard. His voice wasn't loud, but for it to clearly pass into the two men's ears despite the cold and violent winds was only a result that could be achieved through inner qi. External techniques cultivated inner strength that burst out once. Then when the inner strength was condensed, it bursted out again. Internal techniques cultivated inner qi, one move could burst out many times or in one go. The expression of bronze number 5, who stood on the rooftop, changed slightly as if he smelled even greater danger. But he didn't dare guess in that line of thought because Qin Feng showed external techniques previously, so he didn't believe that Qin Feng also practiced internal techniques as well. This kind of genius that cultivated both internal and external abilities was 1 in a million. He's already dead. Bronze number 5 stood motionlessly in the violent wind and said dully, and you're also going to die next. Rumble. These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Qin Feng's brain, and his brain immediately blasted apart. Usually, he had a vulgar and indecent image, but his face was currently brimming with malevolence and ruthlessness. His eyes shined with angry fire, and all of the hairs on his body stood on end. The current Qin Feng was an enraged beast. The smile on his face was no longer harmless, and there was no longer even a sliver of vulgarness in his expression. The hands he extended were no longer to touch other people's thighs. He brandished his arm this time to kill. You'll pay for what you just said with blood. Qin Feng's icy voice drifted in the air, and didn't disperse for a long time. His feet lightly tapped the ground, and his whole body was like an arrow leaving a bow. He shot towards the rooftop. No one could harm young Master Qin's relatives unless they died. Stinking brat, don't speak too soon. Wah my whip. Bronze number 5 was currently weighing Qin Feng. The moment he moved, the long orange whip in number 5's hand also began to dance. It was like a little snake in the air that whistled by. Crackle. Another ear-piercing explosion resounded in the air. Compared to number 8, bronze number 5's abilities were clearly stronger. Since he was considered a long-range attacking expert, the long whip in his hand moved freely and was impressively strong. At this time, Qin Feng brought the winter iron gloves to battle. It could only be used for close combat, but he wasn't able to get close to bronze number 5 at a moment's notice. He quickly retreated and jumped into the paw of weeds and quickly shuttled through them. In the second month of the lunar calendar, the grass grows and germinates slowly, and the yellow warblers fly about. The willow branches brush the embankment, and the water vapor from the pond, grass, and trees form smoke like condensation in an intoxicating manner. However, it wasn't the second month of the lunar calendar, and there weren't yellow warblers dancing in the weeds. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade. Dad, are you alright? Qin Feng shot beside Qin Huang and began to help him untie the ropes around him. Fenger, why are you here? Hurry and leave, people want to assassinate us. They found 2 extremely skilled assassins and they're nearby. Don't fall into their trap. Leave quickly, Fenger, leave quickly. Qin Huang still wasn't aware of what happened outside. This area was at the riverside, so the wind was extremely strong. When situated within the house, one couldn't hear the fighting outside of it. "Dad, those two are already taken care of. We're safe now." Qin Feng already untied the ropes and helped his father up. Qin Huang looked at Qin Feng with a startled expression. He clearly didn't dare believe this. He immediately ran out of the house to see bronze number 8, who was half submerged in the ground, and the two halves of bronze number 5, who fell from the rooftop and rolled to the two sides of him. Qin Huang was so frightened that he almost yelped. "Fenger, did you kill these people?" Qin Huang looked at Qin Feng with alarm. His voice trembled. "How did you find this place? Who are these people?" "Dad, these two are assassins from the Golden Assassin crew. How Long Tian paid them to kill us. While I was eating in royal group, they called and told me you were abducted, so I rushed over to save you." Qin Feng quickly summarized the complicated things that happened in the past hour for Qin Huang. After hearing all this, Qin Huang was swept with lingering fear. Recently, he had forgotten to deal with How Long Tian. His deep eyes locked onto Qin Feng as he suddenly asked, "Fenger, tell me honestly, what stages are you abilities at currently?" Qin Feng hesitated a bit before speaking. "Dad, I can't really tell you clearly, but even if I met a stage 7 external expert, I could handle him. If I met an expert that cultivated internal techniques, it'd be hard to say, but a stage 4 internal expert is already no ma for me right now. Stage 7 externally, stage 4 internally, this was a pretty good expert already." Qin Feng was now only 20, so for him to wield such abilities made him a rare talent. Qin Huang thought about how when he was at his peak, he didn't even surpass stage 4 external abilities. That year, Qin Huang was also just 20, and his ability was already that of the rare few cultivation geniuses among the younger generation of the provincial capital. Also, his was a stage obtained through lots of effort and a spirit pill from the capital's Qin family. However, his abilities could not compare to Qin Feng's even though Qin Feng trained quietly on his own. Plus, at the time Qin Huang could only cultivate external techniques while Qin Feng was already a genius that cultivated both internal and external abilities. The heavens have opened their eyes, the heavens have really opened their eyes. After finding out about Qin Feng's current abilities, Qin Huang couldn't help but tear up. Countless memories and humiliation from the past surged out. Qin Huang had increasingly more hope in the Qin family's competition 10 months from now in the provincial capital. As long as Qin Feng got first place, many of the past matters could be opened again, and his mother could be brought up again. "Dad, I already know the transaction location between How Long Tian and the two assassins. I'll call Uncle Fu right now to eliminate How Long Tian." Qin Feng's heart ached a bit when he saw his old man crying. He went to the side to call Uncle Fu and told him How Long Tian's location. The Hao family had long been eliminated, but How Long Tian remained the whole time, and he almost killed both the father and son of the Qin family. Qin Feng couldn't allow this kind of hidden danger to remain in existence. This time, he'd cut the weeds, eliminate the roots, and completely eliminate the Hao family. Now that Qin Feng killed someone in their group, there were sure to be members of the Golden Assassin crew coming to take revenge in the coming days. He had to learn more about their abilities so he could take the best countermeasures. People say that this assassin crew has never failed an assignment. In the past, I didn't know whether or not this was true, but now I know it's false because you already made them fail their assignment once. After saying this, Qin Huang sighed and continued, "AI, though we kept our lives this time, we offended such a mysterious assassin crew, so we have to be much more careful. Father, don't worry. If these people dare to come looking for trouble, I won't let them off lightly," Qin Feng said earnestly. After Qin Huang heard these words, he felt gratified. In the past, he always protected his son and was busy wiping his butt or cleaning terrible messes. Now his son was finally grown up and began to protect him. This kind of change made Qin Huang's heart surge with warmth. Okay, let's not talk about these inauspicious things. This time, your old man didn't die thanks to you. You must have been really worried. Hurry and go back to your room to rest. I also have to rest. How long Tian is dead, and the war between the Qin and Hao families are finally over so I can sleep in peace. Qin Huang waved his hand and spoke with a bit of emotion. Then rest at ease, Dad. I'll go back to the house. Qin Feng stood and dismissed himself. After returning to his own room, Qin Feng shut the door and immediately hopped into bed. With a slight thought, the crescent moon blade that was over 2 meters and the long, approximately 5-meter-long whip fell onto his bed. He brought bronze number 8's crescent moon blade and bronze number 5's long whip back because he felt that these two weapons had spiritual chi, and were weapons like his true steel sword and William's winter iron gloves. However, there was some difference between the grades of these 4 weapons. But they were considered treasures compared to normal swords, spears, staffs, and clubs. Qin Feng picked up the crescent moon blade bronze number 8 used and examined it. The length of the blade was 1 meter, and the handle was 1.5 meters. The blade seemed to be made of winter iron, and one could feel a wintry air when they touched it. Besides the 5 holes in the blade, there was a vivid and lifelike green dragon with closed eyes EED into it. It seemed as though once the dragon opened its eyes, it would fly to the sky. This crescent moon blade looked extremely tyrannical from the outside, and was a very heavy, 41 kilograms in total. Normal people would be unable to play around with it. Qin Feng held the crescent moon blade and examined it for a bit. Then, he used the Hedonist sovereign system to discern the item. This system could discern weapons with spiritual chi, and the winter iron gloves was a weapon that the system itself discerned. Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade. Equipment grade, white top grade equipment. Weapon description, crafted with the 1,000-year winter iron as its main material, it is incomparably solid and can cut mountains and split land. Natural winter iron properties can allow the user to feel the ice-cold air of the winter iron and clear willpower. Increases nimbleness and precision during a fight. Chapter 209. Chapter 209, Phantom Whip Technique. Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade. After seeing the system's description, Qin Feng gaped. It seemed that this weapon was a famous historical weapon like the true steel sword that he obtained from the system previously. One was the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade Guan Yu used in the last years of the Eastern Han Dynasty. One was from the even older Spring and Autumn period. It was the true steel sword, one of the Yu Emperor's 8 legendary swords. However, the true steel sword was appraised by the system as an orange-grade equipment, so it was a bit better than the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade that was a piece of white-grade equipment. Equipment grades, Hedonist gold equipment, purple equipment, blue equipment, orange equipment, white equipment. But the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade and the winter iron gloves were very similar. They both used winter iron as its main material and were both white top-grade equipment. Qin Feng used the winter iron gloves a good number of times to fight, so he knew how strong and fierce these gloves were. Though the Green Dragon Crescent Blade was clearly a very impressive weapon, Qin Feng wouldn't use this Crescent Moon Blade. Though it was very powerful, its downside was that it was excessively heavy. Without a Crescent Moon Blade technique, it would be difficult to manage this kind of heavy weapon. After understanding the Crescent Moon Blade, Qin Feng returned it to the system and then held up the long whip to examine it. The long whip was a total of 5 meters. From a glance, he didn't know what kind of material it was made of. It was smooth like jade, and faintly glowed orange. Qin Feng had seen whips before. The Stage 4 Inner Chi expert Liang Jinwei used a whip made of wild ox tendon. However, his whip wasn't as high in grade as the one before his eyes. At the time, it was split in half by Qin Feng's true steel sword. Qin Feng could see that there was more than meets the eye with the long whip in his hands, and used the system to begin identifying it. Spirit Snake Whip. Equipment grade, orange mid-grade equipment. Weapon description, comprised of spirit snake skin and tendon, extremely tough, and startlingly strong. This spirit snake whip was a mid-grade orange equipment, which was slightly superior to the true steel sword, which was a low-grade orange equipment. This piqued a bit of Qin Feng's interest. Currently, his most important weapons were the winter iron gloves and the true steel sword. These two weapons veered towards close combat, so he currently lacked a long-distance combat weapon. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to scrape together funds and spend 3,000 hedonist points buying the wind blade technique to make up for his lack of long-range attacks. But, he didn't have enough hedonist points, so Qin Feng was at a bit of a loss. Master, don't be at a loss. I would advise you to practice with your spirit snake whip first. Amidst Qin Feng's hesitation and uncertainty, Little Pig's voice resounded. Should I not buy the wind blade skills anymore? Qin Feng asked. He planned to complete the quest regarding Li Yuchen's marriage and treaty headaches, so he would have just enough to collect and buy the wind blade skills with 3,000 hedonist points. Master, I forgot to tell you when I introduced the wind blade skills initially that the wind blade skills can only be used after reaching stage 4 inner chi. You're only at stage 2 internally right now, so there would be no use in buying it. Little Pig looked at Qin Feng with disdain. Qin Feng immediately felt as though someone violently punched him in the chest with an iron fist. He had the urge to immediately stew Little Pig into pork spare rib soup. After calming down, Qin Feng could only give up on the wind blade skills for now. Though it sounded impressive, even if he bought it now, he would not be able to use it, and that would torture Qin Feng to death. He opened the Hedonist Sovereign system and looked for skills relating to whips in the skill book. Thunder Tiger Fists paired with the Winter Iron Gloves provides boundless might and fists that can suppress mountains and rivers. True Steel Sword paired with Elementary Sword techniques can split mountains and open valleys, and pair iron like mud. Now that he had the Spirit Snake Whip, how could he not pair it with some whip technique? Qin Feng quickly found an Phantom Whip technique in the skill book. It was 1,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng looked at how many hedonist points he had. He had exactly 1,000 points. Thus, he clenched his teeth and bought the skill book. Purchased Phantom Whip technique skill book. With this notification, his hedonist point balance became 0. At the same time, an enormous wave of foreign information surged into his brain, quickly melded with Qin Feng's original memories, and became his memories. Phantom Whip technique. Skill rank, yellow rank top grade, rank divisions, sovereign, heaven, earth, black, yellow. When using this skill, the host can release thousands of overlapping whip shadows to form a screen and confuse the opponent. Paired with inner chi, one can continuously release powerful shadow whip attacks that will leave the opponent with nowhere to hide. Oh boy, with the heavenly whip in hand, I could rid the world of dogs acting like pretentious pricks. While holding the Spirit Snake Whip in his hand and possessing the Phantom Whip technique in his mind, Qin Feng leapt out of the third-floor window and arrived on an empty portion in the backyard. He began to wave the whip about. Qin Feng handled the over 5-meter-long whip with ease. He looked nothing like a person who had touched a whip for the first time. From a glance, his nimble and vigorous shadow and the whip shadows that filled the sky showed that he was clearly a veteran whip user. If he didn't have 10 years of training, he at least had 8. After prancing about wildly in the backyard for a while, Qin Feng immediately ran back to his own room. He found that he had ruined a flower bed that his father personally tended to with his whip, and filled the ground with shredded flowers and leaves. If his old man saw it, he would be whipped to death with a leather whip. Qin Feng didn't dare practice his whip skills in broad daylight because he was afraid of hitting the flowers and grass and getting scolded by his father in consequence, and because the whip technique was too powerful that it would be a nuisance if someone saw it. He lay in his bed until night fell before returning to the backyard again and waving his long whip. The phantom whip technique melded in his mind for a full afternoon, so when he used it now, it was smooth and easy. The long whip seemed to become one with Qin Feng's body, and flowed naturally with the directions his body and arms went. The long whip flashed orange in the night. Combined with the inner qi Qin Feng used, layers of light yellow whip shadows formed in the air. The whip shadows were not as tightly layered and far-reaching as Liangjin Wei's, but the power hidden in the whip shadows absolutely could not be ignored. At least with Qin Feng's current internal Stage 2 abilities, if he met 10 external Stage 2 martial artists, he could whip them all to death with one whip. Bang! The whip shadows rose and fell with cold whistling sounds in the harsh winds. Qin Feng's mouth tilted into a reed smile. He suddenly thought about when he went to the South Bay Pier to see criminals with Lu Bingbing a couple of days ago. If he used this spirit snake whip to whip her raised behind, it would have definitely been even more exciting. Bang! Once Qin Feng thought about Lu Bingbing's hot body and scorching personality, the crisp sounds her behind made when he hit it with his leather belt, and the pained but happy moans Lu Bingbing made at the end, Qin Feng was filled with enthusiasm. He moved the spirit snake whip more and more quickly and easily. He didn't care about direction and wildly brandished his whip all over the backyard according to whim. Bang! The whip shadows fell. This time, there was an even crisper sound like breaking glass. Qin Feng hadn't realized what happened and saw a window open from the third floor of the villa. Then, a beautiful face stuck out of it, but the face was filled with an icy expression. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Are you bored and trying to rebel by using rocks to break my window? The voice was icy but pleasant, it belonged to Han Ying. Qin Feng immediately put his spirit snake whip in the system. Han Ying was angered to death. Qin Feng was becoming more and more dishonest recently. First, he brought the condom to her office to hint at her, then he unscrupulously touched under her skirt at the dinner table, and now he ran to the backyard to break her window with a rock in the middle of the night. It was clear that he wanted to break the window, climb up to her window with a ladder, and secretly wah her shower. After all, the window Qin Feng broke with his whip was the window to Han Ying's bathroom. Do you have the guts to do things more honorably? You want to secretly wah me shower in the middle of the night? Do you have any civility? Han Ying put her hands to her waist. Qin Feng was going to drive her mad. Qin Feng's lips tweed. He didn't think Han Ying could misunderstand him for even this. And she even misunderstood that he was trying to secretly wah her shower. What a joke, is this young master that kind of person? Qin Feng also showed his temper. He lifted his head and stared at Han Ying as he spoke with anger. You're too much. Han Ying didn't give Qin Feng any face. She said calmly, Qin Feng, if you still don't leave, I'm going to get Uncle Qin to come and teach you a lesson. After hearing that Han Ying wanted to look for his old man, Qin Feng disappeared the next second. He didn't want his father to know that he whipped the flowers and grass in the backyard to death. After returning to his room, Qin Feng quickly showered and changed into clean clothes. He saw that it would be dinner time soon. Suddenly, Qin Feng's phone rang with a QQ notification. Young Master Qin, could you tell Qin Feng to wait for me at 7 o'clock sharp at the north door of West Lake Courtyard District? Tell him not to forget. The message was from Li Yuqin regarding what she had discussed with Qin Feng. He was going to pretend to be young Master Qin and go to her house for dinner over the weekend to fool her mother. Qin Feng immediately replied, Don't worry, the brat won't dare neglect something I tell him. After confirming the time with Liu Qin, Qin Feng went downstairs in high spirits. Qin Huang and the two women were already seated before the dinner table. When they saw Qin Feng arriving, they all had different expressions. Qin Huang was still recovering from the afternoon's shock. Now, once he thought about how his son could face Stage 7 external and Stage 4 internal experts, he was unspeakably happy. Su Ruoro saw Qin Feng rush out hurriedly in the afternoon and only saw him now, so she had a worried expression. Han Yingning had just gotten her bathroom window smashed by Qin Feng, so she looked like she wanted to bite him to death. After the meal, Han Yingning returned to her villa first. Qin Huang wanted to chat with Qin Feng, but when he saw the brat staring fixedly at Su Ruoro's chest, he shook his head and went upstairs. Qin Feng, you left in such a hurry at lunch, and I haven't seen you the whole afternoon. Did something happen? Once Qin Huang and Han Yingning left, Su Ruoro immediately grabbed Qin Feng's arm. It was a very severe matter, and it's a long story. Come on, let's go to your room. I'll sit on your bed and talk with you for the whole night. When Su Ruoro saw Qin Feng's serious expression, she was worried. She obediently followed Qin Feng to her room. After entering Su Ruoro's chambers, Qin Feng shut the door, pulled Su Ruoro to sit on the bed, and said seriously, Ruoro, we can't delay the intensified training anymore, let's start tonight. Su Ruoro wasn't able to react. She was briefly stunned, and said, Qin Feng, didn't you bring me up here to talk about why you suddenly left at lunch? What happened? Qin Feng looked at Su Ruoro with mistrust and said, Nothing, I just suddenly felt extremely tired so I ran back to the Qin manor to sleep for the rest of the afternoon. What could be the matter? But at the dinner table you said the matter was very severe. Chapter 210. Chapter 210, I was willing. Ruoro, stop messing around, let's hurry and intensify your training. I want to help you quickly toughen up your personality. Otherwise, you'll be bullied. Qin Feng picked Su Ruoro up and stood her on the bed. He took off his shoes and got on her bed as well. Su Ruoro personally agreed to the intensified training. She could only ask, Qin Feng, what scene were you planning tonight? Since this is our first time officially training with scenarios, let's start with a simpler one. What about a scene where a murderer breaks into the room in the middle of the night and wants to violate you? Qin Feng said with a serious expression. I think that's a very suitable scene. Qin Feng added. He didn't wait for Su Ruoro to respond. Su Ruoro's expression darkened. She stared at Qin Feng. You think this is a simple scenario? This scenario is clearly kind of abnormal. It's abnormal. Okay, then let's go for another. Su Ruoro could even tell that the scene was abnormal, so Qin Feng screwed his head apologetically and smiled as he said, then we can do a scene where you meet a pervert on the bus and he touches your body. This scenario was indeed much simpler than the previous one. Su Ruoro hesitated for a good while before she clenched her teeth and nodded. Okay, then let's begin now. Su Ruoro's voice was as small as a mosquito. Qin Feng's gaze swept over Su Ruoro. She still wore the woman's suit from work, so her outfit suited Qin Feng's tastes very well. He walked up behind Su Ruoro, blew hot air into her ear, and said, Then we're going to begin. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he completely changed. He smiled vulgarly, his gaze was lascivious, and his movements were like that of a hooligan. He stood behind Su Ruoro and looked unscrupulously at her chest. Little sister, you're so pretty. Look at the development of your large chest, it's sure to be at least a D cup. Little sister, what did you eat growing up that you developed so well? Can this older brother touch? After speaking, Qin Feng didn't wait for Su Ruorou's response. His large hands fell on her raised behind, and he began to squeeze unscrupulously. "Oh, little sister, your behind is also pretty perky, you're really a quality item in the mortal world." After touching her behind, Qin Feng became even more dissatisfied with the small gain. He already used his body to rub her raised behind. Su Ruorou's pretty face became extremely red. Even if the person behind her was Qin Feng, she couldn't really accept these loose actions and words. In order to make the scene more realistic, she imagined that the person behind her was a hooligan type with dyed yellow hair and a pierced nose and ear pierced. When Su Ruorou thought of a despicable hooligan touching her, she was so angry that a strong fire arose in her. However, she couldn't really vent her emotions. "Aya, have you taken an interest in his big brother, little sister? Big brother is touching you like this and you aren't refusing. Why don't you get off at the next stop with me so I can show you a good time?" Qin Feng felt at a bit of a loss when Su Ruorou didn't respond even to this. If Su Ruorou really encountered this situation when she was alone on public transportation one day, would she just let them touch her so unscrupulously? Qin Feng got a bit mad when he thought about this. In his anger, Qin Feng felt that he must strengthen the training even more. He suddenly extended his arm, hugged Su Ruorou from behind, and touched her unscrupulously. Qin Feng bullied Su Ruorou while smiling evilly. "Oh. Why aren't you responding, little sister? It seems that you aren't a normal person, beautiful. You really are to this older brother's liking." Qin Feng used clean and pure intentions to train and take advantage of Su Ruorou. Su Ruorou was so angry she wanted to die, but she kept hesitating and didn't dare resist. Su Ruorou had enough of an unfamiliar man and big pervert daring to violate her. How could she continue to tolerate this? When Su Ruorou encountered these kinds of situations in the past, she didn't have a reason to burst out. She was indeed taken advantage of, but the losses were just her own. Her weak personality allowed her to accept this kind of loss. However, at this time, Qin Feng's evil smile appeared in Su Ruorou's head. It was like she was grasping in rice straw. She finally found a reason to resist. She knew if Qin Feng saw this scene, he would certainly be really angry, and she didn't want Qin Feng to be angry. The reason was simple, but allowed Su Ruorou to instantly muster up the courage to shove Qin Feng away with incomparable staunchness. "What are you doing? Please don't touch me again or I'll call the police." She pushed Qin Feng away, creased her eyebrows, and looked at him with contempt. Though she didn't follow up by kicking Qin Feng twice and slapping him twice, she had the courage to resist, and even had the guts to burst out in a dissatisfied expression. This was a huge improvement for her. "Hey, don't be unable to tell good from bad, little sister. It's your fortune that big brother took an interest in you. We're already at the station, hurry and get off with me." A glint of happiness flashed through Qin Feng's eyes, and he quickly regained an expression of evil. He glared fiercely at Su Ruorou, grabbed her arm, and hugged her tight. "Let go of me. What are you doing? Help. Everyone, help." Su Ruorou was in the scene and acted realistically. At this time, she already had the guts to ask for help. Qin Feng harshly pinched Su Ruorou's arm and said fiercely, "Fuck, if you dare yell again, your elder will beat you to death." Su Ruorou was so scared that she shivered. However, she quickly came to her senses. She was no longer weak, and no longer allowed people to bully her. She resisted, and her mood for resisting became stronger and stronger. Su Ruorou began to fight for her life in Qin Feng's embrace. She cried for help more and more loudly. "Let go of me. Hurry and let go of me, you stinking scoundrel. Help, someone quickly come help me." Bang! Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were deep into the act when Su Ruoro's bedroom door was suddenly shoved open. Qin Huang held a golf club and Han Ying held a rolling pin. They rushed in anxiously and solemnly. Once they got into the room, they heard two people yelling. "Jerk, hurry and let go of little sister Ruoro. Who are you? You even had the guts to break into the Qin manor. You better not." Qin Huang hadn't finished yelling when he and Han Ying were completely frozen still. Their eyeballs fell to the ground. Of the two, one was originally reading in the study, while the other was doing yoga in her room. They heard the loud cries for help and struggling sounds coming from Su Ruoro's room, so they immediately rushed over. They were bewildered. The security in the Qin manor was extremely strict. How could a hoodlum get into Su Ruoro's room? Now that they broke into the room, the two of them understood. Qin Huang and Han Ying came back to their senses a good while later. "Qin Feng, do you want to anger me to death, brat? Hurry and release Miss Ruoro. How did I give birth to an evil creature like you?" Qin Huang began to roar like a lion after he regained his senses. Qin Feng almost gave him a heart attack from anger. "Pervert, you're a pervert." Han Ying was even more agitated than Qin Huang. She rushed up to hit Qin Feng with her rolling pin. She chased after him while complaining, "You brat. First you break my window to secretly while me shower, and now that failed, you've pervertedly come to little sister Ruoro's room and dared to break into her bedroom to force yourself on her. Qin Feng, you're too shameless." Qin Feng came back to his senses after getting hit by Han Ying's rolling pin a couple of times. Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were startled by the two people who suddenly crashed in. Ying, what are you doing? Hurry and stop, it's not what you think," Qin Feng hurriedly yelled. "Don't call me Ying and don't even think about arguing."